Getting the stream fired up at the moment. I am doing a late start to the Bane Occultist. So this is Endless Delve. I'm miles behind on getting started. So the event started 12 hours ago, and I've only just got time to give it a shot. I'm going to give this a... can't actually go... what am I going to name this character? Let's just go with... Endless Delve Bane. Let's see if we can get that. I don't know that I will. I actually got it. Wow, I actually got that stupid name. I did not expect that. I'm going to run one of the stupid Twitch ads because if I don't do that, then the Twitch will spam them on everyone that attempts to join the stream, and that is a miserable experience. We will do the first node in a sec. Just having a quick think. Of course, I got... all of these items. I've just got to decide what I want to use for the very start. Probably want to just use this setup, don't I? And then I have Fireball with Arcane Surge. Yeah, I guess that'll do. That. Fireball, Arcane Surge. We'll use you for the starters. Lily, what are you selling? Oh, you can actually take some points too. Okay, what are you going to sell me at the moment? What are you going to offer me in the way of purchases? You don't have gems. Here's your gems. So we are looking for what we've got here, if there's anything more interesting. So Blight, we're going to be using Wither. Nah, there's nothing particularly exciting. Fireball at least has decent area coverage. We will throw in an Alley Prolif. Yeah, we'll throw in an Alley Prolif. As miserable as it will be for the first zone. We've just got to get this out of the way. First zone is horrible in Endless Delve, at least it was last time, so I'm expecting that to be the case again. And of course I am just so familiar with pressing 3 in order to fire up my... a Quicksilver that I go and do that immediately, and it's just like, why is this not working? Oh, of course it's not working. We're in Endless Delve, we're not in the normal game where you don't normally start the delve until quite a while in. So this is really brutal, as you can see. I'm taking a lot of damage early on. That's to be expected. This first node I will probably die a couple of times on, unless they have fixed it since last time. If this was hardcore, I would be leveling up before attempting the fight at the end of this node. Because this is softcore, I don't need to do that. That would just be overkill. But I may end up failing the node more than once. So if I get absolutely annihilated by it, then that means I need to come back. Possibly with another level. You don't have any flares yet either, which is really unfortunate. So I'm sort of managing to hold my own damage-wise at the moment, which is good. That's something I've struggled with in the past on this node in a previous version of Endless Delve. I'm surrounded, I can't dodge things, which is bad. I'm surviving though. I think they've nerfed this. This is much better than it was last time I tried this. Also, the fact that I've got proliferations going is really helping. I may not quite make it, but I'm close. And if I don't make it, at least it feels like I could get it. Yeah, there we go. Good, we got it. And we got a level up. A level and a quarter from that encounter. That's really positive. You always get exactly 30 from the first one. And now we'll just have a look and see if we can get another thing that's very much a non-event node. And let's just go horizontally for a little first. Azurite it's really nice to have early on. Just gives you a bit more flexibility. With more darkness resistance is always a good thing. We're not really going out of our way looking for any fractured walls yet. There is a strategy you can use in this event, which is to focus on getting a tabular because they tend to be pretty common from uniques at very low monster level. So if you go looking for fractured walls, you can find them. And we may end up doing that at some point in this event. I actually want that loot. That's awkward. I've got stuff hidden. Oh, because I'm using my endgame filter. Okay. Alright, that's a good mistake to learn that I'm making. I am using my endgame filter at the moment rather than my Endless Delve one. And I'm glad that I've realised that right now rather than a little bit later. Because I need to get some equipment on. All you get in the way of those starter uniques is in the handheld slots. So there's nothing for all of your, for your rings. No rings, no armor, nothing like that. Alright, we're just going to spend this passive first. That's something that will just make things a little easier, having some energy shield. And now we are going to hit this and see what we get. See if we can manage this encounter. We should be able to. It should be easier than the last one. It's also monster level 2. So as long as I'm igniting something, proliferation is carrying the day. The big thing with proliferation is that it causes the corpse to keep burning. And that's something that's an absolute godsend here. Corpse keeps burning. That deals damage And I don't have on my left click. I forgot to change my left click to move only. That's why I'm having. That would have been. That was something that's making things a lot harder than it should have been. As soon as the energy shield recharge kicks in, we're in a much better place. We'll start getting that back. And yeah, we're coping okay with these first nodes. They're not trivial or anything, but they're easily manageable. Significantly easier than they were last time. Last Endless Delve event. I wonder if that's because the spider monsters are using their Flicker Strike, which doesn't do all that much damage. Or possibly have just had a reduction in the density of monsters there. Okay, at this point we are going to look at the items and start grabbing some stuff. Iron Ring is it's not a good base, but it could be useful. I will just use that chromatic item, and let's change our filter. So we had a filter that we set up with, this is just from Neversink. That should be much better. We can now see things and decide what we want out of this. We are going to want to have something in every inventory slot, so we will grab all of this stuff, even though it's not necessarily very good. That's we've got a set of boots on. We've got a shabby jerkin. That's fine. Let's identify this piece of garbage. Lightning resist will do. And I'm actually going to walk backwards because we missed some stuff that dropped along the way. So that's because of the mistake that I made with the loot filter. I can actually go all the way back to the last node because we haven't had a reset of the zone, and that will then provide us with a little bit more stuff that we can equip. Iron Greaves has the potential to be good. Rustic Sash has the potential to be good. Lots of darkness damage because we don't yet have any real resistance. We've got to fix that ASAP. And now we're back at the first node, which will have various more items that we can pick up. I don't think this will be on par with what we've got equipped, but I'll take it anyway, just on the off chance it is. And we've now we don't have any more rings or amulets or anything, so that's going to be everything. Oh, do we have a set of gloves? Surely we've got a set of gloves somewhere. That could be an upgrade. It will be an upgrade, almost certainly. I'll take the chromatic because we don't have a single chromatic yet. And gloves. I don't see any there. And we'll pick up that stabby jerkin as well. It might be something better. In fact, it's not hard for it to be better than this. It is better than this. And let's go back to town and vendor and then pick up some early increases here. So, early on, these are actually quite expensive early on. I'm going to grab flares. Flares are really good to have. And that's all I can afford at the moment. So we'll just grab one dynamite and vendor. Giggle, how's it going, mate? How's your day been? These boots are better than what we've got. Of course they're better. Good to hear, good to hear. I need to get my currency tab to the start there. I'll be playing as a Bane Occultist. the currency affinity going. And let's push to this jewelry node. I could really do with jewelry at the moment. What about yourself? You playing in this event? Oh, you're playing Bane Occultist in the event, in the league. Cool. Good to hear. I'm glad that we've got a guinea pig that's able to give a bit of an answer as to how this feels a bit later on. Trapper Saboteur is interesting. The physical trap archetype, like the meta build, or are you going with something different? I've played Glacial Cascade Mines in the past, Saboteur. Played Arc Trap back when Arc Trap was really good. Exsanguinate, yeah. Are you using Seismic Trap for bosses? Yeah. Not that there's many bosses in Delve, but it's just good to have. Okay, there's a set of gloves, so that's just a start. And we've got this. Traveler's Armor will always have move speed, so that's fantastic early on. Also got some, yeah. Hey, this is actually really good. There's a bunch of things that could be quite good here. So that is 10% move speed with bad other mods. That's just better. We'll take that one. We'll vendor that. And this is going to be an upgrade over that. So, yeah, that's just a straightforward upgrade. Nothing really tricky about that one. Gloves, we'll take both of these and find out what they're going to be. It won't be hard to upgrade over nothing on them. Fire resist, we'll take that if there's nothing else here. Yep, that's better. And that's looking better. We're starting to get somewhere. Push up to this level 1 encounter, which should be easy in comparison. Quite a difference between monster level 1 and 2. Yeah, the first node was brutal, hey. Last time it was harder than it is this time. Last Endless Delve. I had to level to 4 before I could beat it. This was much easier. Like I got it first try, but it was touch and go for a bit. Twisted Jewelry is great. That's going to be Val Jewelry, which would normally be bad, but it's got a lot of potential here because it can drop as 6 mod rares. Abandoned Jewelry will be much worse, but still could be okay. Could get something useful. I could get an upgrade in it. What do we got here? Oh, we've got this spider, of course. You always forget this encounter exists because it doesn't exist for long in the Delve Mines. It's just there and then it goes away. Like, you don't see any of the Mines encounters for very long. Good to hear, George. That's what I'm hoping to hear. Looking to try and get to a fairway in myself. See how it feels at 400. 400 might be pushing it a bit. We'll see. Oh, where did those things drop from the Twisted Jewelry? I've got to look for those. I'm hoping that it wasn't just a nothing dropped at all thing. I think nothing dropped. Let's just zoom way in. I've just picked up a couple of things I didn't mean to. And yeah, that's that was a disappointment. No jewelry in the jewelry chest. I did get an iron ring, which I can at least equip. Doesn't do anything for me now, but at least I could conceivably transmute it in a bit. Level 7 weapon, yeah, because +1 chaos is so easy to come by early on. Transmute, yeah, we'll transmute this thing. And that, it's lightning resist, I guess. We have a stat point to spend, which is going to be mana and life. We've got a mana flask, which will be probably better than what we've got, because what we've got is, yeah, that's strictly better. I will keep using 2 mana flasks for the moment, not that I'm likely to need them both. And I think we are now done at this point. This node. +1 gem mods are super common on item levels item levels 2 and very low item level items. So they'll feel more common in this because you're getting a lot of rare level 2 items. Delve drops a lot of rare items compared to just regular monsters in the campaign. So that's why you're feeling like you're getting a lot of them. Also, there's a number of items that drop identified from special chests as well. So yeah, it's funny. There's like sometimes people will make an early item upgrade by virtue of using like an item level 2 scepter. Okay, after this, I should be level 4 plus. I'll be able to go and get some more skill gems, which will be a good thing. Funny how this node is usually really easy. It's actually more difficult than usual here. So don't have the ability to project damage to multiple targets very well yet. That's an upgrade, that mana flask. We're going to equip it immediately. And what else do you have? Traveler's Armor, that'll be movement speed boots, but it's worse than what we had. Move speed boots, but worse than what we had, so neither of them are worth using. Okay. Yeah, low-level currency is always really good early. I agree with that. It makes it feel really impactful. And now we'll grab this. That's the bigger node that we get, and we still don't have any more azurite. That's annoying. Vendor a bunch of stuff. Oh, hang on. That should be ID'd first. And 6 life, 6 life. They're just rubbish. They're both rubbish. Why I picked that up, I don't know, but we'll vendor it. Even though, yeah. And I have a portal scroll. I shouldn't have picked up a portal scroll. Stay in the light, Exile. Sounds so disturbing there. Have I got my Twitch drop? I mean, I am set up for Twitch drops, but I haven't yet got it because I've only just logged on. So I don't think I'll get it for until your same time zone as me. So I don't think I'll get it until like 2100 our local. I haven't been viewing anything. I think you do get it when you're streaming. If I haven't got it by 2100, I'll make sure that I log in to view someone else's stream. But I am like I have had Twitch drops work for me in the past. Hey, Davo, how's it going? Just getting started here myself. I need to check skill gems after this. I should be able to make some sort of chaos-themed build start at this point. I know that from memory, Soulrend is level 12. So that's a... Oh no, Soulrend's 24. Something else is 12. One of the main gems, like maybe Essence Drain Contagion, that you can start fully by 12. Hey, Life Investment, how's it going? Okay, so Resonator stashes and caches are useful to have here. This gets us started with fossil crafting. Not that we're going to be doing much of that yet, but just to have the option is nice. And just having a quick think, I will pick up chromatic items still. I'm really short on chromatic stuff. But I don't think there's anything... I don't think I'm interested in items that are not magic yet. And I forgot to go back to town. Oh, yeah, what's your hipster build? Is it based on a unique you found on your first character, or is it something really, really off the wall that you think you can get going, or that you're just determined to force no matter what? Tempest Shield, yep. I want to experiment with something with that in Trade League with one of the alt qualities. Oh, okay. So you're playing in the Scourge League. Still, I'm taking a break from Scourge. I really like the league, but Endless Delve's something a bit different. So I was like, oh, in Endless. How'd you get the surrender? Oh, from an Ornithol Breach. Oh, wow. Okay, that's cool to have that in. And to have the surrender in this is interesting. Like, you're going to be very few will have that. Very few all league. So for those of you that aren't familiar, the surrender is an Ornithol breach drop. And normally you can't get those in Delve, but there are some nodes that cause a breach to spawn. And if you get very, very lucky, a Breach Lord can spawn in them. And when that happens, you've got a very small chance of getting the pieces necessary for a breach unique. Hey Mike, how's it going? Oh wow, you can get it that early, can you? That's interesting to know. There's my last inventory slot as an item for it. That's good to see. And just looking for anything that has a reasonable potential of being an upgrade. Weapons are not upgrades in this for a long time because of the OP starter items that you get. And I need to decide which way I was going to go at this point. I think my decision was that I was going to go... which way do I want to go first? I think it's just denser to go right, isn't it? And get all that travel out the way now. Yeah, I didn't realise you could get Ornithol there, though. That's cool. Alright, so town it is. Let's go and check what we can do in the way of both upgrades. 49, wow, we need a lot more for that. Vendor first. Have that. My chromatics. And go to Lily Roth and see what we can purchase off her. Now, do we have Chaos Damage over Time skills? What do we got? We have Contagion. And we have Blight. So, Contagion and then Essence Drain comes online later, does it? Essence Drain is 12. Okay, let's grab Contagion for now. And do we have access to any supports that are relevant for that? So, that's going to be 5. Void Manipulation is something we can pick up soon. That's useful. Swift Affliction is... What's Swift Affliction? Hang on, no, Swift Affliction would work, but that's a high level gem, and I'll just start with those two. So we'll level Contagion. It's something that we'll use briefly, and that'll be it. Let's just push down another level in the mines. Oh, what's happening with my stream details on my laptop? It seems to be crangled here. Is this broken? Is the stream broken? Looks like it should be working. No, it's working. It's just that my laptop has failed with it. That's really weird. Okay. Well, anyways, I don't know why that's happening, but laptop's having a tantrum. Yeah, it's odd. Anyways, it's working fine. That's the main thing. And I am considering using Temper Shield defensively for a period on this, but using it as using it to actually inflict things is something I hadn't thought of. Hey, Picasso, thanks for the follow. How much damage is your Temper Shield doing at the moment, and how much are you supporting it? Be the other big question. Oh, nice, I got a dynamite. That's always really nice early on. I must say it feels really weird to have Contagion and not Essence Drain. Like usually it's if you're going to have one of those, it'll be the other way around. Anyways, such is life. Oh, okay, so you're inflicting Ignite with it, with your Tempest Shield. So you're an Elementalist? Or have you wouldn't have Stormfire as well, surely. Not in this event. Yeah, I'm just using Essence Drain as supporting extra damage. It's not going to be great. And the demands for damage in Delve are pretty low. Like, certainly for single target. Traveler's Armor again. This will be a boots. That's going to be an upgrade, I think. No, actually, it's not. Wow, actually, the first one I got was quite good. A couple of Coral Rings is nice. They could easily be better than what I've got. Rare Chain Belt could be better than what I've got. Quite a few things here that got potential. And here, this stuff's Crangled. That's worse than what I've got. That is better, so let's just equip that. And that is worse. That can stay there. Even though it's got a Val implicit, it's still worse. That's interesting to know. Humility cards behind the walls. That's something I'll keep in mind because that was something I did not realize was changed so much. Yeah, that's rubbish, and this will be rubbish. The other ring is rubbish, so even though that's really bad, that is still better. Okay, let's push on. Do we want? We can go downwards. We're not struggling at all yet. 10k, how's it going? I'm just going to check this out, whether it's worth it. That was, I only broke even on that from an Azurite perspective. So I spent 5 Azurite on a Flare, and all I got back was the 5 Azurites, so that was not worth it. That I'll pick up. Really am tight on Azurite. You always are at this point in Delve. Hope for more and didn't get any. Ouch. It may be that it's something that can only drop at very low levels or something like that, or that it's only really common at very low levels. Yeah, I think I'm going to go out of my way for Azurite early on. Delve is always like that, even in the normal game. You're really starved on Azurite until you get to about early map level delving. That's assuming you do it from early on in a league. Like, much earlier than most people tend to start it. So I'm still just throwing in the odd Contagion here just for a bit of extra damage. It doesn't hurt, but it's not very good. It's mostly being equipped just because I want it leveled. Sealed lockbox is... No, that's just nothing of note. And we have a medium life flask. That's an upgrade, so that goes on. And that's all we really have there. Ending a node AFK is fantastic. I need to experiment with that in the trade league. Hey, Mighty, how's it going? Why am I still in global chat? This is Badger Private League global chat that I'm still in. Okay, I'm in a bit of trouble here if I can... Oh, yeah, I was getting body blocked. I wanted to conserve my last flare if at all possible there, so took a bit of darkness damage, but nothing I couldn't survive. I've just started, mate. I have just started. Was like... unable to get going for a few hours, so I'm looking forward to getting, you know, maybe 4 or 5 hours on stream. Then after that, I might keep playing tonight or get up in the morning and play. Probably be streaming a lot more tomorrow my time. So when I say tomorrow my time, I mean now plus 13, now plus 14 hours. We'll get set up with what we want to be playing in a few more levels, which will be an improvement because I've done Fireball enough lately. As much as it's fine here, it's not like I don't like the build, but it's doesn't really do much early on. Doesn't do anything exciting. Yeah, the bone rollers are rough. They have been ever since the last lot of changes to Act 1. A couple of transmutes is nice. I'm really glad to see those early on. Something that you always want. Coral Ring could be an upgrade. Chance Orb is good. Power Amulet, and we'll just see what the Jade Amulet is first. If the Jade Amulet's good, we'll use it. That's not good, so let's throw a Chance Orb on this Power Amulet. Lightning Res, it's still better than what we had. And I do want Wisdom Scrolls. That's why we're using this gem already, just so that we get the odd level on it. And at this point, I think we're level 7. We're 1 away from being able to do a bit more. So we'll push downwards. And hopefully we will get soon to the point that we can start spending some Azurite and get some real upgrades. Because the darkness is sort of starting to creep in a little bit more at the moment. Frostwall, yep. Yep, that'll work. Frostwall is really good in Delve. This is one of those things that's just solid. Does a lot of stuff for you. Level 8 is going to give us access to a bunch of new support gems. This will be fantastic, and I think we get it off this fight. If we don't get it off this fight, we're going to be close to it. Yeah, these are those Flicker Strikers that were added recently. Or the monsters were always there, but they've been given the ability to Flicker Strike very recently. Something that can be quite nasty. Yeah, good point on Pierce for these sorts of things. I mean, I can bypass stuff with Chaos Dot, but just getting swarmed is nasty too. I can get myself into a spot of bother here because I'm getting body blocked. I can't dodge things. Pierce would at least hit multiple monsters. As well as let me focus on the things that need to die to progress the node. Here the explosion is hitting the Imperial Twine. This is his name, the rare. That's what we needed. I think it's a case of our gems, the gem levels are falling behind the monsters as well. That could be an upgrade if it rolled very well. It probably won't. It didn't. And that's always useful. That's all we need here. We hit 8, so let's go back to town. We'll pick up all of the new gems and stuff that we get there. So what are we going to do here? Darkness resistance is the highest priority. And just a quick check of my plans are to continue going right. I got access to this, and actually this... No, I'll take this cluster now. This cluster will give me the Mastery, which is amazing early on. 50 flat life. It's a real boost to your power. Let's get rid of all of the garbage that we've got. That's not garbage. That's getting used for sure. That's not garbage. That's getting used for sure. Let's do that first. You are an upgrade over you. And you are 15 life and a resist versus nothing. So we'll now vendor the stuff that can be vended. And that's all vendor fodder. Yeah, I like the sound of that. With the flicker, like dealing with the flicker spiders that way. I am looking at the wrong tab. It's Lilyroth that I need to look at. So we are going to have a look-see through the gems we've got access to. Am I going to use Decoy Totem? I don't think I am. So what do we want here? Anything? I think the answer is going to be Spell Totem. We're going to be using Wither Totems, so let's grab the Spell Totem now, just so that we remember it. Wither is here, so Wither is level 10. Okay, that will sit there for now. And that requires Multi-Totem, which is a high-level gem. And Faster Casting is the other gem we're putting on that. Faster Casting is 18. Okay, we don't need that yet. Okay, and in terms of our other setups, we have... Bane is 24 from memory. I'm just going to make sure that's right. Bane is indeed 24. So, Soul Rend. What level is Soul Rend? Soul Rend is 28. We're not going to ever use that. We have Essence Drain is 12. So, we'll grab that now. And we'll keep Contagion for the moment as well. What else do we... So, Essence Drain is getting linked to Arcane Surge, Controlled Destruction, and Void Manipulation. So, what can we get there? Do we have Void Manipulation yet? Yes, we do, and we've already got one equipped, so we're going to need 2 of that gem. So let's grab a second one. And Arcane Surge is low level, so we can definitely use that now. That'll be in this section, Arcane Surge. So that's a 3-link that we'll use as soon as it comes online. And what else have we got here? Efficacy is an option. Efficacy is something we'll be using later on at some point, yeah. Efficacy will just help us deal more damage right now, which is when we need it. And one thing I'm meaning to do as well is I got that stupid Scientist Contagion. Let's see how that looks there. Oh, that's on middle click, not there. Alright, let's go through this. Now, do we do a Fractured Wall? Only if it's a really obvious one. I don't like doing Fractured Walls when you've only got 3 flares, very much. Alright, that looks cool. That's the Scientist MTX on that. It's not doing very much damage yet, but that'll improve a bit over time. Okay, that's something where I got cornered for a second then. That was quite scary. Is this the way? No, it may be, but it's a long way if it is, so we're not going to find out. Is it this way? Doesn't seem to be. That's not presently my plan, Mighty. I'll keep it in mind as an option, but initially I'm going to go with Profane Bloom. It may turn out that that's a mistake and that using stun avoidance is the right decision. But it's just not in my initial plans. I will be life-based, so life-based doesn't get stunned as badly as a ES version would. And that's another node done. Should get a fair bit of azurite more azurite now. It's still not all that much. Not really enough yet. Large amount of flask is an upgrade. We will take that and we will use it immediately. And we're not quite at the point of transmuting those yet. That wand is unlikely to be good, but I'll pick it up on the off chance that it's rolled chaos. I should probably have been doing this in general. In case it was to have rolled +1 chaos, then I'd be using it. Okay, let's go down to this. +2 monster levels, so we're going to start getting a little bit more resistance from the mobs. every single depth that you go is going to be +1 deeper. That's an interesting option. I have to keep that one in mind. So for those of you that aren't familiar, Eldritch Battery causes you to basically use your energy shield like its mana, and that prevents it from protecting you from dying, but it causes it to protect your mana pool instead. And Solipsism, I think, changes the base effect of your intelligence. Instead of providing you with a boost to energy shield, it provides a decrease to elemental ailment duration from memory. It's something related to it. It's some sort of mitigation of ailments. Oh, you're saying it's duration, yeah. Vile Bastion's is an Ascendancy node in the Occultist tree that's designed with energy shield builds in mind, but can be used. It's not limited to them. It's not worthless if you're not ES based, and definitely has some uses there. So here we're both throwing fireballs and also throwing Contagion, and we're really struggling with the damage requirements that we've got currently. That's sort of the name of the game early on in Endless Delve. You will need to go sideways a bit because you're just not going to do enough damage to deal with the encounters. This is a manageable amount of damage that I'm doing. Like, I'm not unable to cope with the encounter, but I am not able to progress it fast or smooth. Yeah, that's the problem. It's in an awkward spot, isn't it? I have to remember exactly where it is on the tree. It's like, it's in the Scion vicinity, isn't it? At this point, we might want to push to level 12 before we do much more. That could be an upgrade. Those things. It's not going to take much from what I've got at the moment. In fact, it is better, but only just because it's got one resist on it. But we'll use it. It's something. Armor node could actually be quite good then. Oh, yeah. I am intending to take a bunch of the aura nodes. Like, basically everything that's in the north area, that's close to the north of the tree for auras, I'm taking because auras are just so good now. Because I remember it not being taken by very much when I was looking at what nodes were doing well in terms of just being popular to use. Not necessarily that they're powerful, just that they're ones that are being widely used. I remember it was like something that was around 1 or 1.5% of builds were using Solipsism. I mean, it has its uses, but it is a fairly high opportunity cost too. You know, you're giving up quite a bit. ES scaling is significant. There's our first unique, and it's something that can stay on the ground. There's our first 5-socket item. So the reason that I got a 5-socket item there, you normally couldn't get that anywhere near this depth, It's because that was one of the one of the nodes that has plus sockets to items. Yeah, one of the things with reduced duration is that the first, like for being frozen, the first couple of 100 milliseconds is the most dangerous part of a freeze. It's not that often that you would survive being frozen for 400 milliseconds, but you would die to a 1 second freeze. So probably pick up that Light Brigandine, hey? That could actually be alright. So used to ignoring rare items on the ground that... Contagion's leveling, nice. Welcome to Drop Bear Land. This is me streaming from Australia in the Drop Bear encounter. Alright, that's level 10, which is a much better level in this event than it normally is. Level 10 gives you 3 skill points because it mimics you getting skill points throughout the campaign. We're definitely picking up all the rares, and ouch, why am I taking so much damage there? That's horrible. We're picking up the rares for sure from the jewelry. They could be good. None of those are premium bases, so I'm not going to bother picking them up. So level 10 meant that we got access to something else. Oh, to Wither. Okay, so we can now start our Wither totem, but that will not happen until we've got Fireball. Rid of Fireball. Hey, H-Plan. Yeah, going alright so far. Just getting started, really. I had a very late start because I had some stuff to do IRL. Here's the durability. We are getting 50 maximum life, base life, which is fantastic. That is so much survivability, so much more than it looks. And then we are going to continue progressing across this way. So very little damage on that Contagion, which, I mean, it's never a damage skill, but it's not really doing much at all currently. We are being carried by Fireballs still, which will continue until level 12, which is very close. 1 and a bit levels left. The one advantage that Contagion does have at the moment is the ability to target things that are blocked, like where there's a monster in the way. Hey, Sefric. Good, good, good. I'll go to the jewelry node now. I don't want to push too far down deep yet. Not till we get 12 and get that sweet, sweet Essence Drain Contagion startup. plan. Six item rarity supports. That's hilarious. Twisted Jewelry hopefully will have some items in it that are rares, the 6 mod rares from Varlobs. Any 6 mod rare jewelry could be good at the moment. Like, could be quite good. There's one I'd missed. There it goes. Okay. Twisted Jewelry. Come on, what are you going to drop for me? We've got... that'll definitely be worth using. That'll probably be worth using. Maybe we'll have a look. These will be rubbish. These are items that rolled magic and then got valed. So what do we get here? We've got... This is 15 life and 10 points of resistances. This is 6 points of resistances. It's just basically the same thing. No better. What are you looking like? You got... Nah, you're worse than what we've got. You're going to be an upgrade for sure. Yep. That's not hard. You're terrible. You're terrible. You're terrible. You're terrible. And that will do. Let's go vendor. Drop that on the ground and then vendor. I should probably set up my fossil tab as well. Oops. Right click there. And then we will change this to be affinity on, and we will move it to there, and we will drop things in there. Oh yeah, the resist penalties come out of nowhere because you don't really expect them. And then it's just like, haha, caught ya, gotcha, enjoy. Alright, we're just going to go sideways here and try and get ourselves to level 12 and pick up Essence Drain. Then at that point we can start to play. Okay, so we're now in the... Oh, we're in the next square, but if I see an obvious fractured wall, I'll move for it. If I don't, I'm okay with missing a bunch of them. This looks like one... Oh no, this is the right way to go. It just means that you change your character more when you're leveling up. It's like... It just makes things a little bit different than they'd otherwise be. I don't think it makes a big difference in difficulty. Like, you do get access to everything, it's just that the low levels play differently. There's a bunch of other things I could use. Like, I could use Stormblast Mine, I think, is the meta solution here. I just hate that skill. I'm not going to get that life flask. It would have been alright, but it's not a big thing. Purifying Flame, yeah, that's another good example. It hits multiple targets. Were you using it self-cast, or were you using it in conjunction with Blast Chain Mine support? Because Blast Chains is a good way of doing that. It's interesting how you only get one Exile here. Self-cast, yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's intended as a difficulty change. I think it's intended just so that your gameplay experience isn't the same all the way. There's also in the normal game, like, there's a sense of having the low-level skills be ones that are mechanically simple for newer players, but that's not a factor in Endless Delve. Like, not many new players would play this. One thing for mana regen, Alira is a big solution in not in Endless Delve, but in the regular game. Helping Alira should be, well, I think should be a lot of people's default now. Not killing all the bandits, because that mana regen is huge now, in a way that it wasn't pre 315. It's base regen, which can be fairly hard to get your hands on from other sources. This thing is being a mongrel to hit. Just keeps dodging out of the way. Okay, we're picking up, when I remember it, we're going to be picking up rares that have some potential to be useful. So that's these two. That doesn't have move speed, and that doesn't have Chaos 1 levels. And now let's go grab all of these Azurite nodes. And just look for item upgrades while we're doing it. What is this node? Forgotten loot. That should have been forgotten. Alright, Azurite node. Very snooze-worthy fight. Once you've done a bunch of these, you feel like you've done them all once you've done one of them. And we'll pick up all that Azurite. Hopefully get us going a bit. I hope they do make Scourge Core, because, it's going to feel so bad if we go back to how little loot dropped in maps. It's sort of strange that this is the exact opposite of how I felt about Legion, but, this is the biggest increase in loot per map since Legion. It needs a lot of fixes, though. It needs a lot of changes, but the actual gameplay is... I think it's the best implementation they've ever had of just heaps of extra monsters in a zone. Even though it's got some serious issues with the low tier Scourge maps being such over the top loot fountains. I think Scourge maps have a lot of problems with them in general. They haven't worked well. But the actual in-map Scourge combat encounters are fantastic. Tumblr, how's it going, mate? Welcome to watching me fight for level 12 here. I'm really surprised that Scourge hasn't had the same response Legion had, because it just strikes me as Legion done better. Like, it is basically a lot of extra loot from a lot of extra monsters in a map, and then there's a couple of extra side things that haven't worked that well. I'll have a look at that in a sec, that ring. Yeah, it'll probably be a league off, but the in-map events are so good that I would hate to see them gone. Endgame event ring, it's... oh yeah, so you throw exalts on it now as you start getting them. That's level 11, so this should hopefully get us to level 12 from this node. It definitely will. We may even get there on the way. Yeah, you're taking Delve off. Are you playing in the Gauntlet? But I'm not even talking about the abuse. I'm just talking about the encounters in maps, like doing them normally whilst ignoring everything else. It's like a 300% more multiplier to the loot you get. It's crazy. Like, you know, you're going to go back to seeing like one patient per 10 maps rather than one every 2 unjuiced. Also, one of the things that's hard to know, like, it's really hard to get a sense as to what the Path of Exile player base feels about leagues. Because, like, you can see that Ritual... Well, 3.13 in general did really badly from everything that we can tell about its commercial reception. But the Path of Exile subreddit makes it out as though it's the best thing ever. So it's really hard to say what people generally think about it. 4-proj mapping will be interesting. Yeah, it is very layout specific, but that's a problem with everything. That's a problem with every single time they've done a lots of monsters drop in this map thing. Calm's ring can just go to the vendor. I forgot that you can't get the prophecy in this, and it's not even particularly great with that. So, Fireball, Arcane Surge, and Ali Prolif. We are now going to have Essence Drain, we will have Void Manip, and we will have Arcane Surge on it. Get some actual damage. Actually, no, we're not going to use Arcane Surge there. We're going to use Efficacy for damage there, and Arcane Surge can be on this. And we need to now change our MTX around because let's have this character look a bit better. And what do we got on this? This thing is, it's got spell damage and cast speed. It's not ideal, but it does have something on it. Alright, let's see how we go with Essence Drain now. And now stuff is dying properly. Essence Drain Contagion is not smooth at this level still. Like, it still isn't very strong. It's functioning. It functions as a build, but it's not really strong yet. It doesn't get strong for a while. When the ability to chain a bit further comes online. I need to stop leveling Arcane Surge soon too. I think one of the things I'm really hoping they do in 3.17 is tone back the amount of tiny stacking ways of juicing maps. Like, obviously they're doing that with the removal of Prophecy, but that was one of the least impactful ones. I really hope that there's a massive rework of Sextants in 3.17 that makes them no longer such a mandatory part of mapping, because so much time gets wasted on rolling Sextants that is just time not spent playing the game. Yeah, that thing about the monsters getting better the longer you're in the map, or like the difference between 200 and 250 is huge. That is true. Oh, hang on. There's a Forgotten Wealth. I'm definitely grabbing that. Could have forgotten that, but I'll take it anyway. I think the 300 cap on all tiers was wrong. 300 should be red map only. The trick for trading currency is to list yours for sale. So if you have if you have Chaos Orbs and you want an Exalt, what you want to do is not comment to people, not message people that are selling an Exalt, but instead list your Chaos Orbs for sale in Exalted Orbs. I don't think it would go that far, Tenki. I think you are slightly overestimating the amount overall bots play. It's everything else that would get changed. It's all of the lower utilization currencies, like not so much fusings, but stuff like Chance Orbs would go to 50 to the Chaos. Chaos would stay high because they get used a lot. Like they're one of the key things that's used in endgame mapping. Yeah, Chaos in this league would go very, very low. That is true. There's no harvest on the map device, and yeah, there's not very many spammable things on the map device this time. You get to a point though where, well, firstly, Exalts just aren't that rare. Hey, Emil. No, just catch up with friends. There's some people I hadn't seen in a while. It was like, oh yeah, let's go and see some people. All right, let's push down to level 11 content. Beyond's another one that's interesting. Like, Beyond is basically just Scourge as well. It's like Scourges in map encounters are very much like it. Also, I think, Tenke, there's solutions to mitigate some of the things you're mentioning there. The main one would be making it so that the seller has a delay on receiving their receipts from sales. That would be the central thing to reducing the power of flipping. Like, the ability of flippers to dominate an economy. I think there's too much currency in the game for anyone to do market control. And keep in mind, I'm coming from a background of having done a bunch of market manipulation in EVE Online. Like, a lot of it. So I have a real sense of how some of these sorts of shenanigans work. Yeah, you just act like, I mean, you act like the item Krangler doesn't exist. EVE Online has gone to absolute shit lately. Like, it's really gone pay to cheat. But until that point, God, I love that game. Until I just made it into a like pay to cheat mobile game clone. What you could do it with is ancient orbs. The more obscure stuff like ancient orbs, you could do it. Ah, thanks, Anonymous, for buying something off my Nexus. Whoever Anonymous is. If I could, I guess I could craft one. I'd go back to a level 2 zone and pick up some weapons there, and should be easy enough. I've just got to check that it is indeed level 2. I think it is. Because I'm going to craft a +2 wand later, but that requires a bunch of fossils. It's a pretty reliable craft. Yeah, it's really funny how, like, you think about Val Orbs and the Corruption Chamber have worse outcomes than the Scourge system usually. And for some reason, they've remained popular, but Scourge hasn't. I really don't understand how people could like the Val Orb and like the effect of a Val Orb and not like the Scourge system. That's something that it just floors me. Is it the psychological effect of the item still existing? Like compared to, say, the Corruption Chamber destroying it entirely? Oh yeah, yeah. Crangling items is hugely profitable if you do it sensibly. It's honestly, I think a lot of the commentary about it is from people who want to hide people. Like Corruption Chamber, 50% chance to absolutely ruin the item. Whereas Scourge generally doesn't ruin items. When you get a bad outcome, you often still get something that's workable. And then you have things like Shaper's Touch is so profitable to stick through the Krangler. Yeah, yeah, you only do certain things. You do common boss drops, basically. Common boss drops is where the money is on it. Oh, yeah. And one of the other things with it is that the Crangulator is super powerful on, like, on a lot of stuff that... Oh, let's grab that. So, it's super powerful on a lot of, if you use it on the right things, but also on stuff that's almost good enough, but not amazing, but not quite good enough to use. That's also really good. I do feel there's a lot of people who like talk up the Scourge system being bad because they want to protect their market. Yeah, yeah, niche outcomes is good. Is another. Is you're right on that front. Yeah, Cold Iron Point, I think it has a couple of outcomes that are good, but not many. People were doing because only a tier 3 rarity unique. People would there was quite a smart idea people had, which was to crangle. Is it Ezomite daggers? That's Cold Iron Point. They would crangle those white, and then if they hit something, they would mythic orbit. That seemed to be the way to go with them. So you weren't wasting a Cold Iron Point every time. You're just wasting a white item. Yeah, Fleckens' point is significant. Like, you need to trade for new copies of the item. I mean, that's true of Varlorbs as well. But, it is frustrating trading for multiple copies of the same item. That's the reason I haven't done a lot of it. Okay, so what do we got here? Anything of note? Doesn't look like it. Goat's Horn. We'll pick that up. That's unlikely to be any good, but we'll ID it. Yeah, Flecken's approach makes a lot of sense there. Oh, I need to stop leveling Arcane Surge. I just did it again. This is risky. Shouldn't have probably gone in there, but anyways, I got away with it. One thing that will be really significant, if Scourge doesn't go core in a recognizable form, oh my god, some of those items are going to be expensive in standard. Like, we're talking 20 mirrors for some of the big hits. And there'll be a lot of people requesting we want Scourge back for a league so that more can be made. Yeah, well, like, yeah, it just comes down to whatever the market can bear. Oh, when you say Crangled Explodey Chest, do you mean the Explode mod from Crangling and on top... Oh, Chevron's wrappings with that. Yeah, that's going to be huge. Let's pick up the chest pieces because I'm using rubbish there, so it won't take much to improve on that. 10% move speed, life, a single resist. 10% move speed, no life. Yeah, that's an improvement. Hey, Defnut, thanks for the follow. There's people that play standard seriously, and they'll play the league because they want to improve their standard characters. I actually think that GGD should market standard more than they do, because a lot of the things, like a lot of the complaints that some people have about the game, are really just that they are playing temporary leagues when they shouldn't. Like, I think, for instance, Temp League mechanics should go live in standard 2 weeks into the league. None of this, wait 3 months, then it might go live. Put it in 2 weeks, and then people that want a fresh economy will play the Temp Leagues. People that don't, they'll just play standard. People that don't like the idea of a reset Atlas. Like, if you think that's a feature like I do, then you'll play Temp Leagues. If you think it's something awful, then you'll play standard. And you'll be happy, you'll enjoy the game more. And yeah, like, I think it'd be something that would be, like, for a lot of people, it would make the game better. I'll have a look at that in a sec, Fleckens, once I've done this node. I think a part of the hyperinflation in standard is actually due to a lot of people not caring about standard. If standard had more, like, if more people were genuinely interested in it, that would change it. And also, and you'd start getting more of a native economy to it. Yeah, it'd be different to Temp Leagues, but it wouldn't necessarily be as unapproachable as standard's economy currently is. Oh, that's cool. That thing is a monster. Dark's gone with double corrupted for onslaught and faster projectile support, and with dexterity requirement as a drawback, 7 to 15 flat fizz. That is amazing. That is absolutely crazy. Let's just go back to town and drop a few things off. We were going to pick up this cluster, so let's do that. What are you? You're not what we wanted. What are you, Helmet? You're not good. We're starting to get to the point that we should start getting better items dropping a bit more. We're using some pretty rubbishy stuff currently. And how are we going for our resist? Terrible. Let us get this bismuth flask and transmute it. We'll actually transmute this one. Hey, it's a corrupting blood one. Nice. Fantastic. Happy with that. We will augment it as well. And it has extra charges, even better. I also think that there's space for a replacement, like for standard to be given a new name, like what's currently known as standard. Change that to be the Legacy League, and then have and then maybe with PoE 2 have a new standard, so one that doesn't have all of the biggest mistakes of the past in it. There's enough players to support that, to make that a viable event. There's a lot of speculative stuff in standard as well. Like there's the people that have done speculative trading well in it have so much currency, it's unbelievable. I mean, the real thing with standard is that the Exalted Orb the Exalted Orbs represent much less player time than they do in a Temp League. Like in a Temp League, if you consider a typical level 90 character, they can earn about 1 Exalted Orb per hour or so in play. Whereas in Standard, there's historic leagues that have had, people earning 6, 8, 9 on comparable characters. I think that's a big factor there, that then has that memory effect. Because Standard really is a strange place in that it has, like, one of the groups it appeals to is the most casual of players, the people that play the game too little, that in 3 months that they can experience everything they want to experience. And then there's people who play the game a lot. It's a really weird mix. There's not many people in between. Everyone in between tends to play the Temp Leagues. And also so do most of the play a lot people, but not all of them. I think the big problem for people who are casual and come into current standard is that there's a big gap in itemization. Yeah. But that said, like, that wealth gap kicks in beyond Headhunter. Like, a casual player, it's probably easier to get a Headhunter in Standard than it is in Temp League. But to get a Mage Blood in Standard is ridiculous. But to get to a Headhunter is not. The 2-card chest was empty. Huh. Crangled. So yeah, 50x for a Headhunter. Mage Blood will crash next league, I think. Or at least, maybe not next league, but yeah, no, actually it'll crash when the merge happens. Because there'll be a bunch of players who play Standard who'll pick one up in this Temp League because it's the easiest way to get it. And some of them will bring them back, trying to make currency out of it. Unless it's nerfed. If Mage Blood goes legacy in some way, then oh my god, will the current ones be expensive in Standard. Yeah, 1,000 exalts sounds plausible. If it goes legacy, like if say for instance they were to change it to 1 to 3, and so the 4s become legacy, it'll, yeah, I agree with you. 10 mirrors instantly and rise. What's a double legacy Vinctar worth in standard now? Because that was much more common in its league. And that's probably the most broken item that exists in standard. I haven't kept track of the standard economy at all. That was such a tanky rare monster there. Let's go the jewelry node. That could be quite good. Oh, this is a Devourer one. I was trying to see what this encounter was. You can buy gear if it's the right type of stuff. You just want to, like, if you're looking for starter gear in standard, you can get it. You just like there'll be less of it available than there is in trade, but you can still get, say, a +2 Chaos Gems wand in standard. It does have like a seventh or so of the player base of the league. Abandoned Jewels could be interesting here. No, it's not interesting because it dropped absolutely nothing. Because the game didn't like us very much. Alright, so that was a dud. There's a wand. We'll check the wand. Are you what we're wanting? No, you're not. Are you a Chaos Wand? No, you're not. It's pretty easy to craft that one at least, anyway. +2 Chaos Wand. Like, what's a Shuddering Fossil? Because that's the most expensive reagent. You only need 12 on average. I assume you can get 12 Shuddering Fossils for 2 Exalts in Standard. That said, I don't know. Oh, you haven't found any? I found like 15 on my path to 250 in League. Ten to an Exalt, yeah. And Corroded, I guess, could be expensive as well, so you need Corroded and Metallic for it. Corroded, Metallic, and 3-socket Resonators and Shuddering. And then it's only 1 in 12 to get it. You can easily get the base yourself. Okay, so you're looking at... You should be able to craft it yourself for 3 or 4 Exalts then. Which is more than it costs in a temp league, but it's not ridiculous. Now that's different to a +2 Fizz, which is much harder to craft. That's not going to be cheap at all in Standard. That'll be harder to get your hands on. Krangle Orb. What else we got here? Simple Robe might be worth picking up. It's not likely, but I'll grab it. Nah. Yeah, +2 Fizz is expensive. They're genuinely really hard to make. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest that they're expensive and not really available. The way they're made in temp leagues usually involves an augment Fizz craft. So it's basically something that's very much power gamer only. You need to be in TFT, and you need to be familiar with that environment, and you need to be willing to use high price crafts from other people on it. Here we go. Here's a Fractured Wall. Yeah, that is going to be an expensive one. All right, here's a unique node. It's useful to have, but not particularly valuable. Yeah, an extra unique from the unique node that wasn't the actual one that was from there, but like behind the Fractured Wall, there was another unique item that dropped from something else. For trades that big, you will find often that people will log on. Like someone that's primarily a Temp League player will log on their standard character to do a trade like that. Like I know if I got a ping for a standard item that was a big thing, I'd do it. I'd just log across to it. Even though I don't really play standard. I like having currency there for experiments. Experiments and memes, mostly. Oh, that's ridiculous. Yeah. And Convokings you get... The reason, for people that aren't familiar with it, the reason that there's a bunch of Convoking ones is because people are trying to roll +2 minions. The best strategy for rolling +2 minions ends up accidentally hitting +2 Chaos quite a bit. You can use whatever you want, Deaders. I'm choosing to use EDC because I want to try it out. It's something I thought might feel good in the mines, but I wasn't sure. Use whatever you want, though. What do we got here? This will all be rubbish. Onslaught on Kill is a cool mod, but not on something like that. Hey, we can go fishing. We got a Fairgraves Tricon. Yeah, no, that sounds like a solid choice. I just wanted to start with something similar to what I want to go. Nice extra little percentage points of damage help. Alright, there's level 18. That's nice to see. We're starting to get close to that big power boost that comes at 20. 20 will give us an extra 3 passive points. So we'll get 4 instead of 1. And then 24 is where we can play the actual Bane build. Where we were able to use Bane at last and start doing what the build was intended to do rather than something reasonably similar. Yeah, it's funny how Synthesis League items, the ones that were good at the time, haven't aged well, but the ones that weren't so good at the time are the ones that have aged really well. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. That's why. Okay, we've got to kill this one. This is the objective. It's just super tanky. Why is it so tanky? It's just extra life. It's not got anything more on it. I will just pop a Bismuth Flask so that I can endure that easily. Alright, Grand Mana Flask is an upgrade. We're going to take that. Easter King, I do think that they should do that at some point. Keep the existing standard as its own beast, but make something new. And there's a wand that I would like to be able to use if it was slightly different, but it is cold damage, unfortunately, not chaos. Yeah, long term it would come back, but you could have it so that there's an annual season or something like that for it. I just think in general that GGG should promote standard more to the people that it would be an enjoyable experience for. Caustic Arrow is fine early on. Caustic Arrow is actually really strong early on in Delve, actually. I'm going to keep these uniques. They do interesting and useful and powerful things. And I should not have just put that Wither Totem in my stash. Where did I put Wither? I have my Wither Totem. It was... Oh, there it is. Yeah, Caustic Arrow is strong if you can tolerate the playstyle for a long time. And if you can, good on you. Alright, we want red and single blue. Come on. That's it. Oh, that actually is perfect too. That's got multi-totems on it. Alright, so now that is going to get its... Not the spell totem. The Wither is going to get its stupid effect on it. That should help a lot. Yeah, and then you could dump people... Like, you could dump the end of each year. You could dump people onto permanent standard. That, I think, would be a much better solution than what we've got now. Now, where are we going at the moment? We were going to go and pick up the good stuff. I like the thought of going for wasting at the moment. So, let's push to wasting. Which means that we're getting nothing here, but... Wasting is here, so that's our next 4 points are very obvious ones, and they'll be very good ones. So we're starting to get Wither Totems leveled at this point, which is something that will be good. Yeah. Yeah, they'd have to give you the option to bypass the annual version. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Caustic Arrow just doesn't feel good to me at all. I'm not sure why. I've tried the skill a couple of times and I just cannot find a way to enjoy it. You could probably just leave people in the league that expires with 2 options to export to parent leagues. There's definitely a group of people that like permanent standard. I'm okay with it taking some of those people, but I do think that permanent standard will continue to be played. But it would only be by the people that really want to play it. it wouldn't be people wouldn't wind up playing it unless they were its actual audience. Yeah, exactly. All the biggest mistakes from Path of Exile's history appeal to some people. So we're starting to get Spell Totem leveled at this point, which is nice. Spell Totem leveling does help quite a bit because it makes the totems die less. Multi-totems is a big thing for it, though. Hey, we're starting to see the odd fossil on the path. They get much more common as you get deeper down in the mines. Yeah, it is a big jump, but we'll manage, I think. And if we don't, well, meh. Oh, Harvest is the biggest mistake they've ever made, but because it was hard to get rid of. But now it's in a form that's okay. We're having trouble here. But, like, they got rid of most of it. Like, it's no longer absolutely... it's no longer a situation where it makes the game trivial for power gamers without helping casual players at all. Like, it still was too hard for casual players, but was trivial for power gamers. It's a worse combination. Multi-mods are the thing I think is the worst thing still with us in terms... Oh, not multi-mods. Meta-mods, sorry. Meta-mods. Multi-mods are fine. Yeah, items of power gamers got made so much better by Harvest. Like, and actually, no, they're not anything like they were in 3.13. Except for Mage Blood. Like, Mage Blood's an exception. Bug! I'm dead. Right. Rip. And I died because I didn't have any flares left and I forgot that I had no flares. Anyways, this is softcore life. I would have been able to log out on that one if it was hardcore. Things like keep prefix and suffixes are the reason that exalts get so expensive. They're the reason that players that know how to use Harvest end up so much stronger than players that don't, and that's the reason why. Like, they end up... I don't think it's a problem if there's a gap in power based on your game knowledge, but I think that makes it too big. Like, for instance, if you're designing content in this game, do you balance for the people that understand metamods and give the bosses 500 million hit points? Or do you balance for the people that don't understand metamods and give them 50 million? Currently, they balance for the people that don't. So, you start seeing people insta-phasing endgame bosses. The one thing that they do really well, like, though, the metamods as they currently stand, is they do give an upgrade path, but it's a convoluted and clunky one. Like, you can upgrade one item slot at a time with it. So that is a positive from them. But I think the metamods just give so much power to top players, at least in the current state of Harvest. I think it comes down to whether you blame Harvest or metamods for the power here. Because I do think there's a case to say that it's Harvest's interaction with metamods that's the most powerful part of them, which it is. Well, essences and fossils don't respect metamods. And that's a huge difference in power there. Like, essences and fossils do put you quite a bit ahead. And also, I think essences and fossils, people can learn easier. Yeah, Essence in, like, when it was being announced, originally it was going to respect metamods. And then GGG said, oh, hell no, that's too much power creep. Like, they thought a bit more about it and realised, oh, yeah, no, that was a mistake. Oh, shit, roller node. Alright, this is going to be a dangerous one. This is the first one of these I've encountered. If they changed Harvest respecting metamods, then Harvest would not be strong anymore. I think at that point. Like, it would still have its uses, but it would not be something that people would ever say use the Zana mod for again. Yeah, these roll fights are rough. You get that Essence Drain Contagion stuff happening, but the individual monsters are tanky as all heck. Like, they take a while to die. Alright, can you guys stop it for a sec? Need to get some mana back. Contagion keeps running out on these as well, which is annoying. There's not that much visual feedback when Contagion runs out. Well, you got options. Oh, no, you don't have options as an Elementalist because you can't change Ascendancies in this event. Oh, well, rip. Baron isn't all that rare from memory. I think it's tier 3. Alright, that extra life regen guy is down now. That thing was rough. Let's have a bunch of kiting going on here. Oh, these are rough. I need so much more damage at this point. I think I need a 4-link badly. I don't think it's ever been tier 1 rarity. It was never all that rare. You can have a look at poor Fishwife's notes, but... Like, it was really good for a period, but... If it was tier 1 rarity back when it was really good, it would have been 10 exalts. Hey, Excalibur, thanks for the follow. Let's let the contagion spread there. Oh, I need a Quicksilver Flask so badly at the moment. Just need one of them to pop, and then once one pops, the rest can't stop. Like, it actually does a lot of damage to the rest of them once you get one of them down. Yeah, Augments are still busted, but, like, Augments are so rare that for non-TFT users, they don't exist at all. And for TFT users, they're very rare. What's that chest piece? I can't remember it. The reason I couldn't remember it is because everyone hides it on their loot filter normally. But that said, it's perfectly good and I will use it for the moment. It is good to have items like that early on. They give you a bit of a boost of power, and we have a wand which we'll check. Very unlikely to be what we're wanting, but if it is, it will be phenomenal. Yeah, exactly. Augments practically don't exist outside the fact that there is an unlimited amount of them available for the purposes of mirror crafters. Like, people who are doing mirror tier crafting have access to as many of them as they want. Now, what we're going to take here, Don't get anything out of this yet. I think for the moment we're going to take increased effective wither. Actually, no, let's just not take a mastery yet. And at this point, let's start pushing down for the charisma cluster. That's where we're going to go now. Limiting the amount that you could harvest wouldn't stop everything. It would stop some things from being done, but it wouldn't stop everything. Hang on, we were going down here, weren't we? Oh, forgot to actually loot. That was silly of me. Those are really good to have, actually. The low tier essences, I can use those. Essences of Woe on level 2 wands is something to keep in mind for your crafting needs. It's something that has a good chance of rolling a +1 skill gem levels to a particular category of skills, that is. And you can get a much higher than level 2 amount of spell damage with it. Hey, Enduth, how's it going? Yeah, as long as metamods remain, harvest will be ridiculous at the top end. Yeah, agreed. Or at least it would if it were frictionless trading. It's not frictionless trading, so there's a bit of a difference to it, but yeah, that is true. Amulet could be an upgrade. Quartz Wand could be an upgrade. And what's this helmet again? I think it's pretty bad, but I'll check it out. I can't remember it. Yeah, the thing is that the hit points, I'm surprised that they're not actually higher sometimes. 5% move speed on this hat is good. Increased cast speed. Hey, this is actually really good. This is like miles better than what I had. Yeah, and move speed as well. I forgot how good that was at low level. The other thing is, like, what should be aspirational content and what shouldn't be. That's the thing that's really hard to try and, for a lot of people to agree on. Because, like, I think that there should be entire tiers of maps that are aspirational content. Like used to be the case at, before influenced items. That's the role that tier 16 maps were. Like, they were aspirational content back then. I love some of the names, hey. That's like, oh, that's an upgrade. Except I can't use it because of the colours of the gems. That's terrible, isn't it? That's got 7% cast speed, 3% spell damage, and nothing else. 7% cast speed, got some mana. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, I think Blue Patch has really got a point there that it's like that people there's people that want more content that they can't yet beat, and there's people that want to be able to beat everything. Like, I just have more fun when I can't beat everything. And I get bored when I can beat everything. Like, that's the end of the league. That point. Okay, so do I want to chrome this? And I'm not gonna. Oh yeah, that's easily chromable to single red. I could get it. Nah, I didn't. Okay, I'm not gonna use it then. What am I doing there? That goes there. This stuff can all just get put away. Why am I unable to click this? Because I'm misclicking. I honestly think the main reason he wants to bring out hard mode is to just genuinely gather info on, like, on how the balance between items dropping from content, well, like, as to the stuff he said in one of the podcasts, where he was asked the question of where should the, like, where he wasn't sure where the best item should come from, like what the balance between crafting items and drops should be. And so it's like a way to genuinely test out both options. Like, you know, should the best items be drop only? Should they be craft only? Yeah, I should give Last Epoch a go. It's something that I'll have a look at some point. One of the things that's really hard to handle is the question between, like, there's the people who... There's people who don't enjoy aspirational content. Then there's the people who don't want it to exist. And I think that you can appease the former but not the latter. Or, well, I mean, you can appease the latter, but then you end up driving away power gamers to other games. Which I think for GGG's approach to marketing would be the end of the game. Like, they would then have to charge more so that they can then, you know, if they drove away power gamers, then they would lose their main way of interacting with, like, of getting new players, which is Twitch. Yeah, that's my thoughts as well. That is absolutely my thoughts. I think just it's perfectly fine to drive those people away from a game. But there'll be plenty of people that don't agree. I want to go back to level 2 at the moment. And I want to get a weapon node. Or at least I want to find a weapon that's close to level 2. That's for purposes of using it for crafting. I think GGG's approach to getting, like, to monetizing the game is genius. Yeah, I think GGG's monetization, what they do is they create 3 different types of, like, they market to 3 different types of people. There's the frugal player that they go for, that they have, that they have some approaches for selling to them, selling a small amount. That's stash tabs. That's like the most versatile skill effects. Then there's the medium spender, who they have a lot of the like alternate skill effects and stuff like that. And then there's the high spender that they market the things like armor sets to, like the stuff that's genuinely expensive. And it's very smart the way that they draw this quite a sharp line between the 3, and they don't ever really cross the lines of what they put in each section. I think they're really smart with how they've set their prices up. And how consistent they are with them as well, which is something that a lot of other games have. A lot of other games have cosmetics that they sometimes make very cheap, and as a result, then you start seeing people stop buying them unless they're very cheap, which means they then end up going pay to cheat instead. I think GG have been very cunning with their pricing structure in general. Alright, now we just need to kill these things, and this hopefully is the only low tier thing I need to do. I'm looking for wands that yeah, there's a driftwood wand. That's what we're after. Low tier wands that we can use that essence on. And that could actually be an upgrade too, that hat. Oh no, I got that Ascendancy hat. Oh well. I will scour this. This is the low tier one, right? Yeah, I don't know if 5 is not ideal, but we'll try it. Come on, Chaos. Fire spell skill gems. Well. Yes, exactly agree with that, Tenke. Absolutely agree that is that's correct. They've worked that out. That people are willing to pay 60 for something. Yeah, Blue Patch. Like, there's part of that is their commitment to not having any pay to cheat things in the game. Like, they've made that promise on, and they've actually kept it. Like most games don't. But also part of it is just that they have worked out that they're like that players are quite happy with the current status quo in it. And just the name supporter pack is really cunning as well. Like, it's sort of, it goes back to the Kickstarter roots of the game, which is something that people tend to like. Like, people in gaming have this obsession with like small indie game developers, and GGG are no longer that. Like, they're sort of a medium-sized studio, but they've managed to keep that marketing benefit of looking small. Like, there's a lot of things they've done that are very, very smart, and that's the reason that they've done so well. That and the fact that the core gameplay is really solid. I see the stash tabs as, like, I see the game without stash tabs as a free trial. You know, like, play to level 75 for free. After that, stash tabs are a mandatory purchase. Like, not technically mandatory, but yeah, they are mandatory. That said, there are people who have... there is a guy who won the hardcore level 100 solo self-found race multiple times on a free account. So they're not... It is the case that they're not needed. Yeah. You can definitely play the game, but I do think that for most people, by the time you hit level 75, it is pretty much mandatory to get a few of the tabs without technically actually being mandatory. And the game is balanced around you having them, but then you don't need to keep buying them. That's the key thing. Oh, I've spent more on Path of Exile than every other game I've played put together. And without a question. Like, it's not even close. And, like, I used to play... Like, I played Dungeons & Dragons Online a lot. I've played a bunch of subscription-based MMOs. And, yeah. The thing is, I mean, partly Path of Exile, I've had more money while I've been playing it. Less so at the moment. But back before I was streaming, like when I was just working a 9 to 5, you know, I was making more money than I had in my life. Well, I wasn't making a lot of money, but it was fine to be, you know, I was in a position where I could afford I could afford luxury purchases, and stuff like Path of Exile fits that bill. Because to be honest, of all the hobbies that I've got, the one that I spend the most on was, well, at least pre-pandemic, was definitely still karaoke. You know, you're going to head to a bar and spend $120 in a night. Now, that's Australian. So that's, what, 85 US? That is something that goes a long way in Path of Exile. I think one of the things with Path of Exile is that, well, any pay-to-cheat monetization model decreases the longevity of the game. So you kind of need to have a second game in work if you're going to go pay to cheat on a model. Yeah, Franny. The problem with it is DMCA rules, honestly. It's really difficult to do anything that's music related unless it's entirely your own work. The requirements to sing on a stream are really, really onerous. The only thing I've been able to do is just been with IRL friends. During lockdown, I'd have Zoom karaoke meetups with them. But that would be, even then, you can't really do that. Like, I wouldn't link that to my streaming name in any way, shape, or form, or my YouTube channel. Yeah, you can, like, people get away with it. People do get away with breaking the rules, but it's like, it's really a legal minefield. Black Desert Online is interesting in that regard. Yeah, like, it is. I've heard that it's extremely pay to cheat. You know, like, sort of at least as bad as Arcade or in my experience, Dungeons and Dragons Online. God, I miss how good that game used to be before it went pay to cheat. And it was actually a reasonably good monetization model for a period as well. Like, it was originally subscription only, then it went to a cash store variant where it was mostly about selling mini expansions, and that was really good, that approach. And then they changed it over time. Like, they started selling more and more elite items. Hey, Daywalker, thanks for the follow. So they started selling catch-up items, like stuff that was harmless to have in the store for a period, but then they started just upgrading how good they were until they were no longer catch-up items and started being genuine endgame things. Josh Strife Hayes, yes, I have watched a few of his videos. He's interesting. Like, I agree with him a lot on anything to do with game business models, pretty much. But I don't share tastes in games very much with him. Because, like, it's funny how much he'll rip into something like EVE Online. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about Neverwinter. It's actually something I've never played. Once we get Charisma, we'll... Oh, 2 more levels, then we can get the auras. Hey, Ender, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'll have to have a check into that at some point, but... Oh, yeah. Well, how's this for an example, right? Dungeons and Dragons Online. So I was very active in that community, like raid leader, stuff like that, for a whole period. Give you a sense as to how bad that game has become. Leveling to 30 in it is probably on par grind-wise with maybe leveling to 94 in this game. And they added a system where when you hit certain level thresholds, you could drop your character back to level 1 and gain some permanent bonuses on them. So imagine, like, leveling to 94 in this game, then jump back to 1, but when you jump back to 1, this time you have a permanent +3 quality to all Chaos Skill Gems equipped, or something like that. What DDO did was they added in a $50 cheat code that is only sold on limited occasions that takes you something like 70% of the way back to level cap. Yeah, re-rolling in SSFHC is a good example, actually. Assuming that you've been putting away a bunch of good items that you could use on a second character. That is a good comparison. I'm in trouble, am I? No, I'm not. Is really being stingy with that flare there and nearly got killed by my stinginess. So yeah, it was absolutely crazy how far that game went down pay to cheat road. But it started with, people always talk about the slippery slope of paid cheating. And DDO really started with a slippery slope. It started with +2 tomes, which were like obsoleted raid loot. But they'd been obsoleted for a while, and they could drop in general loot. I'm just trying to think. Like, imagine if, be an example in this game, if Atzeri's Promise was added like still dropped from Atsuri, but was also added as a tier 1 rarity unique. And then they added Atsuri's Promise to the cash store. Like, that's how it started. That was the first step. Then they jumped up tremendously from that to offering Uber Atsuri drops. 2 Quicksilvers already, you lucky mongrel. I'd say, do you want to trade me one? But obviously, that's me joking around. That's an upgrade. That's not. That's not. Yeah, and that was the intention, that they pushed that sort of... They pushed it, but then they made a couple of massive jumps towards it. The ultimate thing that drove me away for the first time from that game was when they added in raid loot timer bypasses. Sorry, not raid loot, raid timer bypasses. So, like a lot of subscription-based games, they used a balance mechanism of when you completed a raid, you got a 66-hour lockout period where you couldn't re-enter it. And then they made it so that you could... Blue Patch, Trickster. And then they made it so that you could bypass that timer for real-world money, and that those bypasses were tradable for in-game currency, which then immediately meant that anyone that was spending IRL money could then just buy as much, anything unbound in the game they could buy. It was just such a crazy period in that game where they just destroyed it so quickly. Well, it's a bit tricky to explain because these were things that had been in-game items, and then like they had been moved into they'd been moved into other spots, so they you could get them outside of that, but it was still really shocking how decisively it got done. Champion it is, that's fine. Yeah, tradable for in-game currency means that the... because that was the other thing with DDO, actually. They made it so that you could buy other people a cash store gift code in exchange for in-game items. And that was something that initially they didn't allow. Then they said, oh, look, we've had a bunch of requests from players for this feature, so we're allowing it. And that was one of the biggest changes in the in-game unbound item economy. Then they started binding more items, which ended up actually preventing that from being a big issue. But it was just, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. That was basically them copying Eve's Plex concept. But WoW was very restrictive on it, from memory. You couldn't trade them twice or something. Yeah, well, you can by buying carries, but like you can buy carries for platinum or whatever platinum is called, like gold in WoW, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I mean, I found in Eve it was actually less than it would be in a game without destructible stuff. Okay. Since the rise of skill injectors, that made Plex much more odious than it is. Yeah, it is the case that the more stuff is bound, the less impact essentially sanctioned RMT has on the economy. Oh, it's nice having that Wither Totem. Oh, sorry, not having that Bismuth Flask is really nice at the moment. Just for tanking those stupid things. Do we actually have any rewards in that, or is it's just the end thing? I remember WoW doing that. Like, okay, this is back when I played WoW, so it's before the WoW token. They managed to keep low-level resources actually really quite desirable at times, just by virtue of the way that they'd set up things in the economy. One of the things that's really nasty with games like that, though, is that often the decision on, like that Blue Patch is mentioning, is the decision is made based upon the effect on the economy. Like, what should be bound is done based upon the ability to trade with other things. Like with other people. Okay. Charisma now. Next level is going to be a big one. Next level is going to be huge, actually. Everything comes online. Yeah, that's an interesting point, Easter King. That is a very, very insightful one. Colin, how's it going, mate? That's the case in pretty much every game, Blue Patch. And eventually that tends to change what the most profitable item is. Often there'll be a bunch of people that aren't interested in doing that, though. It depends on how much power comes from trade. Alright, this fight will get us to 24. Finally. Build comes online. Assuming I don't die in it. Yeah, people have been saying it's working alright, Colin. At least, like, no one's gotten it super deep or anything yet. But a couple of people have got to level 65 or so. Yep, there we go. There's 24. We got quite a good way towards 25 as well with that. Not that that's a huge deal. I think I get the auras now. Maybe they're 28. Oh well. We're ready for them if we do have them. Oh, you're at 82 with it. Cool. Now, we were going to go with whichever one of these was most significant. I think we want the... I'll have the effect on... effect or reservation efficiency. Let's go efficiency. For now. Everything else we can pick up later. Okay, so Bane time. Bane, and we are not really going to be able to use it very well because we don't have a 4 link yet. That's going to be annoying. Anyways, Bane, we want Despair. We want Temporal Chains. That's in green, isn't it? So, Temporal Chains. And we already have the Void Manipulation. Oh, no, we'll get another Void Manipulation. No harm in that. So that is our setup there. That's our 4 link that we're going to use when we get a 4 link, which will be blue, blue, green, green. Do I want to try and make Brisk Wrap into that maybe? No, that's going to be hard. bonds in RuneScape are the Plex, right? It's a month subscription type thing. I can't make Asnath's Mark falling. That's really annoying. Okay, so auras. Auras next. We want to go with our... We want to go Determination. Determination just so good that we have to use it even though we're not really set up for it yet. So we're taking Determination and we will take Malevolence as our other aura. No, actually, let's go... or we could go Tempest Shield. No, let's just go Malevolence. I think we can manage that mana-wise. We'll just find out. So, red goes there. Blue goes there. And these can get moved off here. It'll be much tankier, much more damage. Let's go. And we're looking for that Falling, which should start dropping now, because is it level 20 or 25 that Fallings drop at? I can never remember. And here we are, we're going to have so much more damage at this point. Oh, sorry, so much more tankiness at this point that I can probably face tank this. I think I can probably just stand in the middle of these rollers thanks to Determination. Maybe not now. Not now that there's Aura ones up. But until the Aura ones came up, I could just stand in the middle of them. Determination's just so good now. I don't even have Cast Damage. I don't even have Molten Shell at all yet. I could use Grace as well if I wanted to be super ridiculously tanky, but I don't think it's needed. Immortal Core, you're saying? I'm not going to have endurance charges later on, and honestly, Molten Shell's just amazing right now. Like, absolutely amazing. Speaking of flipping tanky, this is bringing it back to Path of Exile. How much do you think a auction house type environment would change the game if items that you purchased from the auction house were bound to account for 24 hours after you got them? And that included currency. I'm curious of your thoughts on that. And anyone else as well, but... I think it'd be an interesting thought experiment. Like if it was a full World of Warcraft style auction house with, sell order marketplace. Be more accurate. Hate the term auction house for something that isn't really an auction thing. I don't think a rate limit on purchases would actually work. People that were willing to go around it would just make new accounts, would make extra accounts, unless the rate limiting was tightly tied to character level. I do think that wealthy players would gain a lot out of it. Yeah, I'm not necessarily advocating it. I mean, what I would advocate would be an auction house type system where there's a substantial delay on getting your payout. and that delay is based upon your character level. Oh, sorry, not based on your character. It's based upon the amount of items you've bought, that you've sold lately. So you get the item instantly, but you have to wait for your currency to be paid. Hey, Deedledoo, how's it going? Thanks for the raid. Welcome to the Madhouse. I just got started late. And Kickers, thanks for the follow as well. Yeah, good. As you can see, I'm just quite early on. Very early on in the game, and I had a lot of stuff on today IRL, so I'm only just starting to really get into it. And what we were definitely not going to take anything there for the moment. We were going to focus on going along here. Yep. Price control, having done this, having been a market manipulator in EVE, price control is very difficult to do. Like, it's a very high risk, very low payoff thing, and most people don't do it. Like, most people that get into it burn themselves real bad, and I don't think that people could do much with it. Not nearly as much as a lot of people think. Like, I figured out how to do it a few times in EVE, but you needed an underlying reason for the price to change for it to work. Oh, you're on console, Randy, are you? People tried to bot it in EVE, and every time I found a bot, I milked them. I absolutely milked the bots that I encountered, and I would take billions and billions and billions of ISK from them, and then I would report them as well. I would gather proof that they were botting. I would trick them into... I'd scam them out of billions of ISK, and then I would report them to the devs. Easter, the leveling process is actually quite bottable in this game, unfortunately. So, like, that does help in a way, in that it slows down, it reduces the impact that bots can have, but not as much as you think. Yeah. Bots can't reach level 95 efficiently. That's true. But they can get to 80. And they can get to 80 with not very much human involvement. And 80 is also beyond what a bunch of more casual players get to. Like, they do already have the... There are already some limitations on trade until you hit level 25. They're pretty severe, but they stop at 25. And once you've got one character past that threshold ever, that's enough. That is a serious barrier to the botters. But it's... And actually, I think it is probably the single best thing that they do when fighting bots. Hey, Kickers, thanks for the follow. The problem is that false positives are so destructive with, like, if you genuinely ban a non-bot player, it's really destructive. And generally, like, if there's, say... And the way that bots will work is that they will actually publish a guide that is encouraging people to do what they're doing, because that then covers what they're doing. And yeah, GGG do ban a lot of bots. A lot of them. Sometimes the ban waves are so significant that they affect the league economy as a whole. Like when they get a couple of really big ones. Yeah, exactly. And you have a bunch of sites that just try and encourage people to do the same thing the bots do. X trades per day is something that you can beat by having multiple accounts. Yeah, and you don't want to have anything that's pay to cheat. It is a really hard problem to solve. Because I think one of the things that people that think it's easy to solve forget is that the botters are smart. They're not idiots. It's the same with people who are bad actors in any sort of IT environment. They're smart. And anything that you can think of, they will have probably already thought of and will have come up with some sort of countermeasure. One thing people did in EVE Online that was really significant was like the bot cheats. Oh, sorry, this is the RMT cheaters. They would go into the rookie help channel and they would give away free currency to people at random with no communication with them. It would just be like, because EVE lets you unilaterally gift someone in-game objects. Hey, that's another copy of this helmet that I've got. Hopefully, it's high enough level that I can stick, that I can 4-socket it, so 4-link it. I definitely want that 2-stone. Alright, that was a productive use of flares. Yeah, the gold duping thing, I saw there was so much backlash about that I saw it. And they just unilaterally gifted it to random people. With EVE, it was people that were looking to just basically trying to get people banned because they wanted to have a backlash against fake bans. They wanted to get fake bans so that there'd be less trust in the anti-botting measures, and they succeeded. Like, it caused a lot of problems for that game, and that was before it went to shit. So it was like really disruptive to see it. The equivalent in Path of Exile terms would be basically someone jumping into one of the global channels that had hacked someone's account and just saying, "Hey, giving away free Exalts 21 that pings me." It doesn't take a large percentage of people botting to cause problems. Yeah, you have to think about it exactly what Tenki said. You need to think about it from the perspective of a bad actor, and you also need to think about it from the perspective of someone that's not necessarily a bad actor, but someone that is very self-centered. How can I abuse this? Like, just for my own ends. Like, not for IRL ends. Like, not for cheating. But just to, how can I get as much advantage out of this system as I possibly can? Strange to be picking up div cards here in Endless Delve. Okay, 4 links are dropping. 4 links are dropping. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I don't actually want that one, but it's good to know that they're dropping. It is level 25, right? I think it is 25, which means that this helmet that I got, second copy of the same unique, is item level 24. Oh well. That's unfortunate. I can't really use it. Let's go and dump some stuff. And dump that. I do sort of possibly want to use that at some point. That's trash. That's trash. 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 Not trash at all. And... what do we got there? No, that's not good enough. Not on that bad base. So we have life, we have a resist, we have a couple of stats. Am I relying on these stats? No. Okay, the life makes it better than what I've got. It's also got a good resist on it, which I didn't have. Yep, that's an upgrade. Sell. Hey, Jim. Oh, you're playing yourself. What are you leveling as? What are you planning on playing? Good point, George. I think you're right. Void Manip is better, isn't it? Yeah, Void Manipulation is better, George, because even though Swift Affliction gives more damage from memory, the downtime that it causes you is really quite high. I'm not a big fan of the reduced duration on it. You definitely use it, but I don't think it's as good. Excellent. Some actual increased... I mean, it's only increased, but that's fine. Increased right now helps me more than multi does. I mean, sometimes there can be things that scale a wealth gap, but that also do end up... like, loot filters be an example of this. Loot filters scaled the wealth gap, but they were still a fine change despite that. I don't think it's an absolute rule that you want to reject everything that scales wealth gaps. Clustered dropping of stuff as well was another example of that. That definitely scales a wealth gap, but I still think is still fine anyway. One of the biggest risks, though, is that they can't undo changes to trade. So if it turns out that it's a huge screw-up, trying to get rid of it is going to be as hard as trying to get rid of Harvest. It depends on how... I'd have to think on that, because sometimes you're not actually trapping someone there either. I should not be muted, mate. I should be... Can anyone else hear me? If you can hear me, say hello. Say something in chat. I can see myself. I can see in OBS the sound working. Yeah. So I'm definitely... Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I was working. Sorry. Sorry. There, it sounds like you got some sort of set up there. That's... Oh wow. Gee, it's hilarious. Like with the delay on the stream, there's all of this massive wave of replies all at once, which is funny. Okay. Where are we going now? Then we were going this way. Oh, this node's going to be really good. 15 life gained on kill is going to feel fantastic when I get it. Even though it's a travel node, it's going to be a good one. How much armor have I got currently? Only 352, but it's 55% PDR. It feels like I'm so much tankier than that now. Friction points do discourage trading, but also, like, there's character power milestones that encourage it as well at the moment. And, like, it depends on how experienced you are with content. But there is definitely a point where, unless you're quite experienced with the game, you're going to need to trade. Like, this game is fairly difficult in SSF. We need to set this off, don't we? Now we're getting swarms of monsters here. Messaging AFK people I don't mind. It's messaging people who aren't AFK but who who strategically choose not to post things they have no intention of selling. That is a real frustration point for me. Like, that's a point that's like, oh my god, I need to take a break from this game. This is driving me nuts. Yeah, I'll try someone that's AFK sometimes, but with low expectations. No, that's not any good. That gets vended. And this here, I think, so this is, oh, it's a different base. I reckon that this is still pretty good, but I need the falling badly. And I actually think I can probably try and start making this double blue, double green. And if I get that, I will use it. Yeah, well, I haven't got it yet. And now I think I'm out of... No, I got one more chrome. Can I use that? Temporal chains... Oh, hang on, I don't have +1 curse yet. So I can't use it anyway, unless I was to go... What if I went Bane, Despair... Duration skill... Yeah, I can do that. Alright, I've got a setup now. Bane, Duration, not Arcane Surge. What's the... Efficacy is the name of the gem I'm looking for. Bane, Despair, and then something that causes damage, like Void Manip or Swift Affliction. I think I might go Void Manip on this. Rip my awesome helmet. I don't think I can use it. And I just took an efficacy support out here, so I'm still going to use that. Efficacy is a blue support, so it'll be here. That goes back in. And we should just sell this, though. There's no point picking that one up. And I actually wanted to... Do I want to essence this? No, I just want to elk it, don't I? And... Oh, that's okay. I can use that. That's fine. I'm quite content with that item. So, we now need to have Bane here. Bane needs to get its cosmetic applied to it, because that's always the most important part. I do love how that, like, the first time I play something that's, basically first time pretty much ever that I played something SSF, we're all talking about trade. What have I done? I've just dropped my, I've dropped Malevolence out of my hot beef. That was a mistake. Elks, at least early on, will be valuable. Azurite node. Lots and lots of Azurite. Lots and lots of it. Lots and lots and lots of Azurite. It is much better. Okay, I can tank those fireballs just fine. They don't do very much damage. Even though they did buff them. Now, what are we looking for here? We need to get this in somewhere. I don't have a blue slot for it, do I? That means I need to two-socket this item urgently. And I can't do that yet. So I am actually stuck without... I am stuck without Malevolence for the moment. There's nothing I can do about that. I have to make do without the gem. I think one of the key things is the speed of item acquisition in Path of Exile is different. That is one of the things that's really, really unusual in this game. In that, like, in World of Warcraft, a power gamer gets a lot. Doesn't have a big gap in the amount of items they get per hour over a casual player, which is something that in this game you do. Like, and it's a massive gap. That would be something pretty transformatively different. I have to seriously think about it, but there are big differences in that regard. I honestly think, though, that if Path of Exile could do an NDA-based alpha for 2.0, that would be the time to experiment with a flexible trade system. I think that'd be a really interesting thing to see. But like the results of. But then again, no one would see it because it would be kept very, 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 very secret. The results of it, of a thing like that. I think you got to say WoW is very item based as well. In some ways, actually, WoW more so, because Path of Exile doesn't really have gear checks. Like, Maven Witness on endgame bosses can be a bit of a gear check early on, but that's about it. I think one of the biggest changes with WoW is the items often being bind on equip, which only really exists in a few corner cases in this game. And it's not things people think of as items. Like stuff like Doriani's Machinarium Atlas completion. That's the sort of things we get in this game that are bound items. Yeah, Endath. Boss fight experience counters the gear requirements on most bosses. There are exceptions. No one's beating the hidden with less than like 750,000 DPS. You can't beat the hidden with less than that. But there maybe if you're like ridiculously over the top tanky, but otherwise you can't. But by the time you're at the point of getting like that, you're able to do that fight mechanically, you'll probably have 2 or 3 million anyway. The other thing is you can exceed the DPS requirements in this game by so much as well, which is something that's quite different to WoW, where if you're running content that's appropriate to your group, you cannot exceed the requirements by all that much. Let's go get this jewelry node. It has some potential to be good. Probably won't be, but it has potential. Nice getting a level up on Bane is a big deal early on. I am body blocked and I'm in trouble. Got out. Oh. Need to get a combo off. Get them to start dying from that. I'm starting to have trouble with my resists now. This is the first time I'm really starting to feel like I need to improve resist badly. I haven't got any good resist items at the moment. Like, I've just got little Act 1 level stuff. I may need to use Purity of Elements as well. Alright, let's get a ED-Contagion set off going. And start dealing with these things. There we go. That's the node done. Oh, that's level 30. Nice. That's a huge boost in power because I get a whole bunch of what do you call it? Passives all at once. 4-link, but not one I can use. Still good to see. I'll grab those just in case. I haven't looked at them yet. And a better mana flask. Still don't have any utility flasks that I want to use. Like, I've had access to single element resist ones, but that's been it. Okay, let's jump back to town and see what we can do here. So determination, we're actually limited on strength now. That's annoying, but was always going to happen. And we will take this excellent life section. And we will also pick up the 10% mastery. Next is just one more life point that we can get there. Oh, we can take that now as well, can we? Oh, I hate the way that those allocate is so clunky. So clunky. Portal scrolls shouldn't have picked up. They don't work. 7% max life is actually a useful gem. Jewel, I mean. We'll keep that aside. And what do we got here? So this is a Krangled one. It's life only. That's no good. This one is life only. As again, it's no good. I am going to try and see. How am I going on? I still have no chromes. Okay, I still can't do anything with respect to chromatics. I need to start picking up chromes at this point. Sorry, not chromes. I need to pick up everything that can be chromatic recipe'd. Every single thing, no matter what it is, I need to pick up. This makes me think I should try RuneScape at some point so that I can follow some of the details of what you're talking about. I remember playing RuneScape when it was actually new. Like, not to any extent. I think a friend just let me play on their account when I was at their place or something. But that's how long ago it was. Like, the game was actually new. The original game, not old school or RuneScape 2 or whatever it's called now. Yeah, just remember it having shit combat. I'm not sure how accurate that is. Oh, yeah, there we go. 31. That's another life node. That's going to be good. And then after that, we're now going towards the chaos.multiclusters next. I think that's where we're going next. Yeah, extra curse is a good point. I should. Well, I'll get that from the Occultist pretty soon. In fact, I get that at 33, don't I? The extra curse on the tree will be late. That'll be when I got a 6-link. Doesn't really do much until then. So struggle to get through there from just needing to project damage to too many targets at once. Need to get an ED-Contagion chain going as well as landing Bane in every now and again. There'd be items priced in alterations as well. Items will get priced in alts early on. And all league, actually. There'll be people who just stick stuff up in alts because they think it's a useful use of their time. Maybe it's not alterations, but it would be one of the lower currencies. Might be alchemies that became the standard. Yeah, scours could well be as well. You're right. Or chances, for that matter. Because chances are tied to the scouring orb by the vendor recipe. Hey, Roth, thanks for the follow. Grab all of that Azurite. And hopefully that's enough to buy some juicy upgrades at this point. Because I'm starting to want more. And we'll see if that 2-stone is any good. That 2-stone is bad, but I'm using something worse. So yeah, let's do that upgrade. That may actually help a bit with the resists. And excellent, we've got cold resist capped. Fire and lightning are undercapped at the moment. So let's have a look, see. We can definitely pick up some of these. Radius nodes are fantastic at this point. And +1 flare is nice. That's where we want to be. I do this thing and it's 10% move speed. No, that's not good. That isn't good. We have an upgrade on mana flasks. Excellent. And I think at this point I might actually transmute this and try and get something better on it. Nitrate is increased charges used, and that's probably not useful, but anyways, that'll do. Hey, thanks, Roth. Thank you. It's been fun. Still have... I've got to pick up chromatic items. I keep forgetting. I could change brisk wrap to get a... Yeah, I think I will do that. And at this point we'll go right here because we've hit a spot that we can't go any further. Oh, bases would be worthless in a world with a auction house Easter King. They'd be just absolutely worthless. The only thing that makes bases worth anything is friction. And that's even with the changed mechanics with the Sacred Orb. No, even 86 bases. Unless they're influenced, they'd be worthless with that. I mean, in 3.14, I was bulk selling bases from farming at 86s, but you get so many of them that you can, like I did 12 maps and I wound up with like 15 exalts worth of bases that were actually sellable. But it was something that as soon as I let the cat out of the bag about that, that was the Abyss stacking stuff. All those bases collapsed in price. See, I think you're forgetting something, Tenki, that some crafts want to be on uninfluenced items. Weapons in particular. Okay, what do we got here? Is this an upgrade? No, that is not an upgrade at all. Okay, we've got to go right. I'll pick up this ruby flask. It may solve problems later. Contagion range starts to expand about this level from memory. I think this is about where it starts to get a bit better. I'm body blocked badly here. There we go, we're out of there. Okay, come on, monsters. Follow me here. Get a contagion chain going, and hopefully that'll clear a bit more. Didn't really clear that much. We need more radius currently. Oh, that's worth going on our way for. I'll have a use for that later. Metallic fossils are surprisingly useful in crafting. Just because they block a lot in conjunction with other fossils. So you mostly don't use them for their ability to amplify mods. You mostly use them for their ability to block stuff. I just want to check, was that a full link that boots back there or not? No. Not sure why it came up then, but... Okay, come on, monsters. Pop, pop, pop. Alright, there we go. A bit better. Falling helmet. I've already got a falling helmet, but I'll pick that one up anyway. Sapphire flask I'll keep just in case. Don't have any current plans for it. And that is a... That is... these two are vended for chromatics. So let's go back to town. We've got a lot of stuff to vendor. I need chromatics badly currently. I'm really, really short on them. So, chromatic... I thought I had more chromatic items than that. Anyways, I'll do. What we wanted to do now is to try to get this to have a blue in it. That'll get us malevolence back. Now, I want to do that by using jewelers first. That makes it more likely. There we go. Perfect. And I can level temporal chains as well. Why to pick up Mana Bond? Because it has quality on it, and I could use that. Those are just rare flasks. That I will... Do I want to try and make this work? Let's just see what happens when we use this. Do we get a reasonable set of links quickly? Ah, it's maximum sockets. Okay, that's no good. Hey Squid, how's it going, mate? Going alright so far, just getting started. Just sort of pushing downwards. Only, like, I started very late, so I'm not very far in. That's the end of where we were going that way, so we need to check where we were going next, and it was rightwards, wasn't it? So, just to confirm that I'm not missing anything critical there, I'm not. So there, and then we're going to path upwards and right. Perfect. You see I've got temporal chains on my hotbar at the moment. That's just because I wanted to level it. And I haven't yet removed it. So I should just remove it, actually. And I need to turn my other aura on. That'll be much better. We got some damage now. We have a bit more damage than we used to have. We can start killing things faster. Killing things faster is fun. Oh, I got my Ascendancy. Excellent, excellent, excellent. That's huge. We're going to get Occultist. We're going to get access to an extra curse from that. Which is going to mean more utility on Bane and comparable damage, actually. It's only slightly less damage, but it's got temporal chains on it, which will be much better. Orb of Binding. Oh, that's really nice. I need to think what I want to use that on. But that's going to be something I will definitely find a use for. And here we go. Let's punch through this thing, and then we'll go and ascend. I just say this has been slower starting than I was expecting it to be. I did force myself to play Chaos skills early, which tends not to be the strongest thing around. But I was expecting to move a bit faster through to like 33. I've just accidentally... I've got to turn that off. Have it on my control hotbar instead. Alright, what do we got here? Efficacy, Void Minute, and now we definitely go back to town. I'm going to take a break from talking about trade. I think it's just dominating too much of the discussion in here. I need to... This is SSF here, so let's do something else. Alright, we're an Occultist. We will ascend, and we will be taking Malediction here for the extra curse. This is just huge in the effects that it has. Yeah, pops are going to come online pretty late for me, unfortunately. I'm going to take it as my final one. I can get double totems at this point, can't I? Multi-totems, I think, is a... I think it's a gem I can... Oh, no, it's 38. Alright, I'll pick it up now anyway. And let's just get these stupid auras here so that if I die, it's not such a pain to get them back. Oh, how's Hexblast going? That's a skill that I'm interested to know how well it's faring. Well, it's going to be the major overhaul of the Atlas endgame, and I don't know what they're going to do. I think like the 3.9 Atlas endgame was incredibly well received at first, then they stuck with it for too long, and I think that we ended up with a bunch of pressure points where players got too strong for the Atlas, but there wasn't anything else to grow into for a lot of people. But there were also a bunch of players that didn't. And I don't know, I feel like they have to do something about influenced items. Probably power creep past them on on other things. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do. I think that whatever they do with finding the right sort of balance at the end game is the most important thing they'll get. Like having a smooth launch is important, but the lead can recover from a bad one. How important is this? Antifreeze. No, I prefer having antifreeze is really good over having a better mana flask. Okay, now one thing I want to check is boots. I could really use a boot upgrade. And also I want to find the right colours for it. So I want this to be red heavy. I want pure strength boots, I think. A base that I can use my binding orb on. We'll just ID this wand as well. It's almost certain to go back on the ground. And yeah, so I want a high strength requirement set of boots. Be the equivalent of these, but in strength based. We don't seem to have it. Or a blue red one would work. Here we go down here. For a league mechanic, I'd like to see something different, like something like Heist again, that's different to the usual. I think they'll go a very basic league mechanic, though. They usually do in conjunction with big endgame expansions. Like, the league mechanics are usually super simple in those ones. Ritual was the last example of that. Ritual was a good mechanic, even though people stopped doing it really quickly in the league. You got a chest full of synth items. Is that in the Delve Mines? Have you got something nuts? That'd be really funny. Like in the context of a Void League, that's going to be a feel-bad moment, possibly. So the big question is, did you get anything that you wanted in Trade League? And if so, how do you feel about that? I didn't know that chest type existed, for what it's worth. Oh, hang on. I haven't done the encounter yet. Yeah. Oh, look, if I get a mirror while I'm streaming, that's going to be hilarious, honestly. That'd be the best time to get a mirror when you're streaming, would be in a Void League. Just because it'd be so funny. Or a Mage Blood or something like that. I don't think Mage Blood can drop till level 75. But, so that's a fair way off. But still, that'd be really funny. If you're not streaming, though, it would suck. Yeah, and you can only use one of them and the other one goes into the abyss. You just probably just use the Headhunter. Oh, actually, no, you'd use the Mage Blood because you can get another Headhunter easier. So you get the experience with using the Mage Blood. Even though it's the weaker of the two items in this context, I think. That's a good idea. Yeah, you could crangle them. So we're looking for stuff that is strength bases. So hard to overall loot filter sometimes. I'll actually pick up that stupid thing as well. Strength-based boots. Are there any? No, doesn't look like it. So hard to find in amongst everything else. Yeah, Mage Blood would solve all resist issues, you're right. Exactly, that would be the thing I'd be thinking, Tenki, as well. It's like, yep, let's... YouTube video, Mage Blood Corruption, will it brick? And also just the YouTube video of having a Mage Blood drop in a Void event would be hilarious. It would be, I think it would do well. I think I would do very, very well on YouTube. Watch me get a Mage Blood and not be able to keep it. Some title like that. That's a lot of monsters there around me. Yeah, and that's something that wouldn't be the case for most people at all. Like, for most people, it'd be a real pain point. I mean, it depends on what sort of superstitions you have about RNG, because obviously it doesn't matter. Like, getting a headhunter here doesn't change your chances of getting one in the normal game at all. It's not like it's replaced a headhunter drop that you were due to get in the normal game. It's just come at the replacement of nothing. Yeah, exactly. But most people have a sense of gambler's fallacy about it, and would go absolutely postal over it. Maybe postal's too strong a term, but they would tilt. Is that a Resonator Trove? Is that a Wow, I didn't realize you could get them this early on. Resonator Trove is the one that has a 4-socket resonator in it. This character's ultimate best possible upgrade would involve a 4-socket resonator craft, but I'm not very likely to get it at all. Like, it's a 1 in 40 chance. But I will try. So, Resonator Stash will be the lesser one, and then Resonator Trove is the special one. Prime Chaotic Resonator. You had a 4-socket Resonator at depth 5. Wow, okay. Here I was thinking that they were a little bit rarer than that. Can I use a chest piece like that? I'm not like I'm using something truly stellar at the moment. I think I can. I can use that as a potential... Maybe I actually pick up both of these and see how they elk or whatever. Just because they're already full linked. And we're looking for strength-based boots again. Strength-based boots, strength-based boots, strength-based boots. Or strength-int, for that matter. I don't see any of them there. I'm not absolutely certain that there's none, but if there are, I don't... Steel Greaves. That's what we're after. I may need to hit that with a Scour first, which hopefully I've got. Yeah, I do. I've got 1 Scour there. Hey, Tembulon, thanks for the follow. Let's have a look, see if we can do anything with these. So, we will Scour them and we will hit them with the Binding Orb. 10% move speed. Okay, so this has potential. This needs to be double red, double blue to be ideal, but we can use it if it's at least... It's only 21 strength rec. Anyways, it's better than what I was keeping. Just because it's a better overall package. It's already 4-linked. And we will elk one of these. Let's elk the one that's got the better colours. Is that good? What do we got currently? 5 move speed. We've got... yeah, that's not very good. We can use this, and we can actually... Yeah. Let's do it this way. So, Malevolence goes back in here. In fact, no, Malevolence goes here, this goes here, this here, and then this will go in there when we're able to do so. So, now at this point, drop all this away. ID this. What are these looking like? 15 move speed, nice. That has potential. It's got life. It's a big upgrade on what we have. And unfortunately, we don't have the blue for it yet. That's frustrating. I need a chromatic for that. But that is an upgrade. What is this thing? This has potential when crafted, which is going to be a case of getting an elk for it. So, away, probably won't ever use you, won't ever use you, we won't ever use you, and you're for rerolls if I ever want them, which I probably won't. And I think we are now looking like we can just push back in, and hopefully we can find ourselves a chromatic orb soon and get what we need. In fact, we don't need to chromatic. All we need is a single blue. This might help. Yeah, that's not going to help. All right. Chromatic is what we need. You have to turn that back on. And then let's go this way. Let's grab those gems. Just in the off chance that we get something that we can use, or a bunch of GCPs even. GCPs will be scarce in this event, I think. Where was I going currently? I was going into here. Still don't have a Quicksilver, which is really frustrating. Would love to get a Quicksilver Flask now. It doesn't need to be high item level, it just needs to be quick. Especially I'd like it in a spot like this. Alright, it's 35. That's nice. That's a bit more... I think we're 3 away from a good cluster. Yeah, 23.8 is a lot of regen early on. And until it's like more than 2 or 3% of your life, that's going to be a lot, East King. They really did improve the regen nodes a lot. Like they've gone from regen mods on items have gone from rubbish to sort of almost maybe okay. They're still among the weaker mods, but they're much better than they used to be. Yeah, definitely a bunch of things that don't exist in any numbers in trade. And what do we got here? We got Chaos Orb is nice. And that seems to be everything that's dropped there. Abandoned Gems will be rubbish, probably. A couple of 8% qualities. Delve mod items are in an interesting spot where people don't know that they exist a lot of the time, because they're not really in your face. And they are quite good. So these nodes are going to be really good here. This is a bunch of extra damage that we're going to get right in a short period of time, including, yeah, just a bunch of just really good nodes, actually. This is heaven section of the tree. Yeah, really agree with that. That the solid ones don't ever get seen. They're also one of the best uses in a trade league for Conqueror Exalts as well. Like the good ones, the genuinely good ones. Easter King, I like the 3.16 changes to defenses I like as an overall package. Except they got the numbers wrong on Fortified. The idea was right, but the numbers were wrong. And it should probably be based upon the hit points of a white monster at that level. Or something, and it should also take into account your attack speed. But I think that generally they got most of the defenses overhaul in a really good spot. They made determination a bit too good, and they made discipline too weak. That's the other thing I think they got wrong in the overhaul. I think if they made discipline work as though it was 3 gem levels higher than it is now, and determination they dropped it by 2 gem levels, then at that point would be in a really good spot with all of the defenses. Is that in the Krangleverse, or is that in normal maps? Because if it's in the Scourge content, it may be that you're pushing further than you're able to in the Scourge content. But if it's the normal monsters, then it'll be a case of something you're not seeing. Yeah, Fortify is definitely, they got the numbers really wrong on it. And yes, all of them. In that case, Easter, it's probably that you have... So, just trying to think what. So it's hard to say without actually seeing your gameplay what's killing you, because often it's like there are things that can be more or less obvious, and there's a bunch of stuff like there is stuff that will kill you still. Spell suppression is really strong, so that means that you're probably okay. So Deadeye is squishy. Deadeyes will die a bunch. There's a reason that no one plays them in hardcore. So it is normal to die on a Deadeye. But dying a lot is something that is worth a look into. I swear that the sooner that they get some sort of rudimentary death monitor into the game, like that, all it needs to do is just tell you the last 3 savage hits you suffered. That would tell you so much about what killed your character. Even if it sometimes gets it wrong. Yeah, death effects are a big one. Monster on death effects are a big one. Will kill you a lot of the time. Cloth belt is Piranha's Blazon. I think have I got worse than that at the moment? I have to check. I'll pick it up and just check. I can't remember the mods on this. I know it's got quantity, but I can't remember the rest of it. So let's just have a look at what it does. It's fire res and stats and quantity as opposed to... Oh, gee, I got something absolutely terrible in the belt slot. I need to upgrade the belt slot as a matter of urgency. Piranha's Blazon is probably an upgrade. Let's get out of that. Unique heists can be pretty rippy. Like, there's a bunch of mechanics that require learning them to beat them. They can be pretty nasty, depending which one it is. So we've got as much life as that, actually. Why am I still using this belt? This is terrible. And, yeah, that's definitely... That is definitely an upgrade. Oh, hang on. We have lost... What? We haven't lost resistances yet. Why am my resist so bad right now? We haven't had Kitava's affliction yet. Have I just crangled my resist somehow? And also, why am I still using this? Anyways. Yeah, so the unique monsters are really dangerous if they've got access to buffs from auras from monsters. That will kill you. That will absolutely rip you apart. Yeah, I reckon that the solution to death tracking in this game is just for the game to always track the last 3 savage hits your character has suffered and to report them on death. If they're, well, only report them if they're within the last 20 seconds. Oh, that's nice. Plus on level on Wither. I need to re-up all my delve items now. Like, get myself all my possible delve upgrades. So, spend all my Azurite. That's the term I'm looking for. I need to spend all my Azurite at this point. So we've still got some monsters left. Oh, that's where it was. A hidden monster there. 2-stone ring is definitely going on my left ring. Even if it's terrible, actually, I think I'll use it. Because I am using something absolutely rubbish. And I should get that belt too. That could be an upgrade. Oh, rip. Ouch. That's one of those painful mistakes you make exactly once. (21 to 1) resist. Nah, it's got a lot of life on it. This is just worth having in my left slot anyway, because I forgot how bad my ring was. That was the left ring. So let's just take that and use it. How are we looking for our resist now? We need cold and lightning up. We need quite a lot of them. That's it's terrible as well. So I need to upgrade the glove slot and I need to upgrade the left ring pretty badly. Oh well, it's one of those things. Better to learn and not to make the mistake again, isn't it? That's what happens in the game. You make mistakes, you learn from them, but often the mistake is worth making when you learn something from it. I learn stuff about how the game works in detail. And okay, we'll push here at this point. Oh, I forgot to spend all my stuff at the generator. Honestly, the answer is no, H-Plan. Tabula is a gift in this event. And also, it just doesn't Krangle very well. Like, the outcomes are not very good on it. As much as I love being a bad influence, I would not waste your only Varlob on it, but I would Krangle it when you get something better. Now we're starting to get a meaningful amount of Azurite in comparison to what we were getting before. Bane is starting to do some damage. Everything is starting to work. That is the H plan. Oh god, that's a pun so bad that we all need to groan now. Delve in deep for that one. That's a pun that I could have made. Heh, nice. Hey, Temp Chains got leveled up. Temp Chains get scales so much with quality from memory. I have to confirm that, but I believe it's like where Despair mostly scales from gem level. Temp Chains scales a lot when you get quality on it. And like, there's this huge late game upgrade when you get to gem level 20 and you get to flip it over. And even though it sucks for a few levels, it then comes back so much stronger. Let's get an Essence Drain combo going in here as well. Hey, nice investment. What monster level is depth 100 now? No, that's not any good. I can use a wand. I can use a dagger as well. I should pick them up just to check what they are. Nah, that's bad. Bad. And bad. Oh, it is 83. Wow, it's 83 already at 100. Gee, that kicks in fast. Is it? Oh, okay. Alright, well, it's... Oh, that's because I was playing it on Forbidden Rite totems. That's the last time I've used Despair. That's why I thought that... because it scales differently with the... Yeah, with the curse effect. $38. So we're very close to getting the penalty on resistances. So we've got to be very conscious of that. Or we can just have a couple of deaths when it happens. It's really brutal when it comes in. It can kick in the middle of a node, and it can really wreck you. Oh, that's nuts. That is absolutely bonkers. Essence Drain's leveling again. That is good. I'm using Essence Drain more than originally planned. Because I'm still using the Contagion combo with it. So it's not just using it for Essence Drain itself. I'm still using it with the combo. No, the resist drop is based upon your character level. So the instant you hit level 40, boom. Likewise, again at 70. That can happen in the middle of a node. There'll be so many hardcore rips to that. Like, it is such a brutal thing in an event that has hardcore on it. Even though, like, at level 40, you don't absolutely need capped resistances or anything like it. In fact, I'm way under cap. You end up just suddenly taking a huge burst of extra damage out of nowhere. That's pretty savage. What are we looking for? There's one monster left, is there? There it is. Okay. And we'll grab the gloves. So I'm using terrible gloves. I'll grab those as a crafting base. I'll grab that as a chromatic orb. And then at this point, I think I might just return to town and I need to go to the loo. Yes, you can play this on hardcore. I'm just going to put a little AFK up for a sec because I need to quickly go to the loo. Let's not make that 4 minutes. Let's make that 2. And where's the text gone? There it is. AFK 2 minutes. I'm also going to run a stupid Twitch ad at this point because if I don't run them, Twitch will spam them. So let's get that out of the way and then I'll be back. Alrighty, sorry all, I am back. It looks like the timing on that seemed pretty good from... let's just remove this AFK message because we're not AFK anymore. And then we will jump back into it. I need to go to the vendor. That's what we were doing. We were coming to the vendor. We were going to check what we got, which will probably all be rubbish. That said, I am using complete trash here currently. Hey, nice. Now, these are all rubbish. These are all rubbish. These are all rubbish. This here I can use. Yeah, that's I'm using something so bad that that's an upgrade. So let's just do that. And now we will vendor this. This is like, oh no, it's item level 20. It wasn't. Very start of the game. I'm sorted for short-term requirements of blue sockets. Later on, I'll need to review. But basically, the boots I want to get blue, blue, red, red on at some point. Although probably not this set of boots. That'll be a later upgrade. Posture check. Oh, forgot that I had that there. So good point. Just sort of stretch myself a little, and actually I've got this now. So yeah, Wither totem's good. Now I've got multi-totems on Wither. That's going to be a big upgrade, actually. Something I'd forgotten that I was waiting for. Okay, so at this point, I think I can just keep pushing downwards. I don't think I need to spend any time going sideways at the moment. I will at some point need to do that, but that point is not now. Oh, let's stretch in accordance with that posture check thing. I'll try and get myself stretched a bit. Sit tall. You definitely want to stop these things from getting their serious damage that they can put out otherwise. Get curses on them, and then they should be a lot more manageable. Oh, 6 socket. So the reason that could drop as... Oh, hang on, what's this thing? This is... no, that's just trash. The reason that I think could drop 6 socketed is because... at such a low level, like 35, is because it was from one of these chests that has an increase to the amount of sockets on one item. Now, I need to change my left ring, but nothing here is... Everything is magic, isn't it? I don't have any white jewelry that I can deal with, except for this leather belt, which I will pick up. The Void Gate thing. Sorry, I'm just trying to work out what you're referring to there. Hey, Malevolence level up. Oh, the... oh, of course, yeah, the portal. Forgot about that. So for people that aren't aware, if you follow 2 hours on streams on the first day of this event, that can be mine, it can be any other Path of Exile stream, then if you've set it up with... if you've set your account up with GGG and Twitch linked, then you will get a free portal. Yeah, it's anyone that's that says that they're doing Path of Exile, that like if that's their category. So it's not just me, and it doesn't need to be 2 hours with one streamer. It can be a combination. Just got to add up to 2 hours. Thanks for the reminder on that too. I'd forgotten about it. That's what they're doing for people that can't, like that this is just a bad time of year for or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, I don't have the time for the whole event, we'll just come and watch it briefly and get something for it. My gloves are terrible, so I could possibly use that. And I'm picking these up for purposes of the... Oh, Swift Affliction support. I was picking these up for purposes of the vendor SP, but I might actually use the Swift Affliction. I have to that is the one... I always get the names wrong on this. Yeah, this is the damage over time with less duration. It's got a genuine quality bonus on it, but I don't think I need it for the moment. I'm going to level that. I'm just going to sit that leveling because it is genuinely useful. Oh, I did too. See, someone's paying attention. Thank you for pointing that out to me, Easter King, because I honestly did not notice that that was Wither. I am just so on autopilot currently that I didn't realise that I had Wither there. Now, 1200 over, yeah, that's an upgrade, and that should probably get transmuted and maybe even rolled properly. Yeah, it's good to see that chat is paying more attention to the game than I am. That comes in handy sometimes. Ruby Ring, pick it up. Ruby Ring, pick it up. And that will do for this. Actually, quite a few things there that drop that are useful. Hey, nice. Wanderlust is a really nice item at super low level. Did you go out of your way farming stuff, Reikiara, or did you just get that through luck really quickly? Because there's a bunch of people that farm low level zones hoping for a tabula. Hey, Guivarano, thanks for the follow. Nice. A Skyforth, wow. That's going to be something not many people will have in this event, I think. I mean, it's not massively rare, but it is somewhat rare. Elementalist? Cool. Had someone in chat before that was playing an Elementalist Ignite Tempest Shield. Because they got really lucky and got an Ulnatol shield. Like from one of the breach nodes. And what do we have here? Ruined Armaments is worth a look. Has a lot of potential on it. Chaos Dot Multi, I'm definitely taking that. I'll be using that unless this is amazing, which it is not. So this was 20% spell damage, 12% cast speed. Cast speed is nice. It's already the right colours too. 23% Chaos Dot Multi is fantastic there. We're definitely using that, and we'll never look back. Just got a lucky 6 link first. Oh, that's nice. That happens one time in 14, that you'll get a 6 link before you get a 4 link. No, that's trash. Trash. No, that's trash. Doesn't have move speed, so it's useless. Even though the other mods on it are quite good, unfortunately. That's the way it works. These I want to keep just because I'm going to need resistances soon. I'm going to wreck my resist soon. And that has cold, res, and move speed, but... Oh, this is better. Yeah, this is what the boots I wanted to use. And all I need to do is get a single... That's the boots I wanted to get a blue on. Okay, cool. Now I remember. There's the blue. Malevolence. In. These go away. These are terrible now. So how are we looking at this point? We're going to get wrecked when we get when we get over the next resist hurdle. Let's elk this belt. And that's a fail. Complete fail. And let's just drop a bunch of stuff off and see what we can do. We're going to have some real problems soon. That I'm keeping. That I'm keeping. Yeah, the issue with the double blue, double red on this is that it's not linked. I could possibly link it and then transfer this to it. Let's do that, actually. It means then that I can change my... I've got a lot more flexibility with my chest. There we go. Good, we got it. Alright, faster casting is what we need at this point. Purchase items. There we go. Faster casting support. Wither. Spell totem. Multi-totem. Malevolence. And this was just absolute trash. This is now absolute trash. Yeah, so they can all go to the vendor. Greetings. Bye. Sorry, I have to mimic the guy at sometimes. Okay, now at this point we basically need to replace everything soon. We're going to have a bad time when we hit level 40. We're probably going to die instantly on hitting 40, just by losing the resists. Okay, we wanted to get 15% skill effect duration. That's worth a point. And we then wanted to check where we were going. It was through the life cluster up to the top of the tree. I'm already running Determination Easter. Determination here. So Armor Aura is really significant. Like, it's so much defense. I am considering that, Dutch. I will consider it if I need it. We'll see how we go. It's soft course, so if I do die, I don't mind. It's like, oh my god, I lose 5% XP. How terrible. Cartographer's Riches is going to be completely useless. That's one of those nodes that has no benefit at all in this event. That'll drop sextants and stuff like that. Chisels, Harbinger Orbs, Horizon Orbs. Can you let me through, please? I actually may want to use a phasing flask. Yeah, 5% XP at a point where a single node is like 30%. The bad thing that can happen is you can miss out on getting a reward. Oh, actually, no, that had some genuine rewards in it. Okay, that's cool. There's the stuff that we can't use. I'll pick them up just because they're trophies to keep in the Void League. But they're completely useless in this event. Now, we can go either way here. It doesn't really seem to matter. Let's go this way. I need a move skill, good point. Because I have so many buttons at the moment, I hadn't thought of the move skill yet. But yeah, you're right, I need a move skill. It'll be Flame Dash when I do that. Yeah, it'll be Flame Dash, sure. There we go. That's our, we're using that. We're now much more reliant upon the flask to keep our resists up. I have a Bismuth Flask, which I'm needing to use to survive here. I didn't like Dash even before they nerfed it, so I certainly don't like it now. I'll check on that, actually, on the Horizons. You can vendor Scarabs with them. That's the Scarab recipe, but that's of no use in this event either. Saber, that's... I'm trying to think what that is. I'll check in a sec. Ladder String Mail might be okay. And what do we have here? Sacred Life Flask, I will pick that up. That has a use. Yeah, it's strictly better than that. That's an interesting point, Nicolabium. Or maybe just nerf the numbers on it so that it's not as essential to have. I think it is the Princess, yeah. I'm just trying to remember what that does. Oh, physical added is cold, that's right. I knew it was something like reasonably solid without being amazing. This is 2 points lower on the cold resistance, but it has life. It's better than what I have. What I have is, like, both of them are still terrible though. And we can have a quick think. Do we want, what's this thing? This is determination. That can go in. That can go there. So yeah, I can just straight swap that. Get a bunch of life out of that change, even though it still needs to. The item still needs to go. What I'm using is not good. So Horizons, no, they don't vendor for anything. Harbingers, no, they don't vendor for anything either. Yeah, I think if they made it so that move speed was mostly with levels, but the amount on boots was like 5% or so. I'm not going to be using Whirling Blades forever. I could use it right now. It'd probably actually be amazing right now, but I could... Oh, what do we got here? Synth Sash. That's just one of the meme ones. That's not very good at all. Yeah. Let's just purchase... I'm just going to use Flame Dash because it's just... I just like the skill. I don't have any way to use it at the moment. That's annoying. I can't roll that differently. I could use Jeweler's Orbs on this to get an extra socket, which might be blue. And that's what I will do. There we go. Perfect. That's usable. So let us have a think. That should be an E. That goes away. Yeah, and if the numbers were lower on move speed on boots, then it wouldn't be as essential. It would just be a good stat. I think I like that idea. It's not something I've thought of, but I do think I agree with you. And I should spend all of these points too. Hey, these are good. 10% increased life is nice. Energy shield's a waste of time, but I'll take it. Oops, I went the wrong way. Sometimes they're okay for a change, but it's the main... it's the caffeine that I'm addicted to. Anything else is a bonus, hey. I gotta get used to this very unusual setup for keys that I've got currently. Maybe I don't want to keep it this way, but I want to give it a try for a sec at least, see how it feels. Okay, let's jump through here and keep that resist flask needs to be on when we've got this many monsters around. I should use 2 of those. There's some essences, that'll be nice. Can definitely find a use for essences. And now we're starting to kill things a bit faster. Everything's coming together now. This is good. Ashling has improved the situation on it, on the boots. I mean, bad roll on move speed, though, is still game over on an item. I think that's Eldin. I think that's Chaos Damage Attack Claw, isn't it? Amotra Mosu. What's this thing do again? It's Fizz Damage, IAS, Crit, Chaos Conversion, but it's just intrinsically low stats, so yeah, it's not any good. Do we want to pick up any specific resist bases at this point? Possibly all of them. We could use those essences we just got. So I thought I saw a Topaz Ring. I don't have the Scouring Orb to use that. If there's any of them that are not magic, I could possibly use those. Doesn't look like it. Okay, well, Jewelry Node. That might help. Yeah, 70 is going to be the big one, because at that point, monsters are going to actually kill you with damage. It's not going to be a case of, hey, here's a bit more damage. All of a sudden, it's going to be bleh. Here's lethal damage out of nowhere. Oh, this damage over the last couple of levels has been fantastic. Everything is coming together damage-wise. Twisted Jewelry could be okay. What do we got here? No. No. Yes. No, and unfortunately that's fire to spells and attacks, but it's still alright. I think that's better than my left ring, because my left ring is terrible. What do we got here? We've got 28 resists, versus this has 25 with some life, some chaos rares. I think I prefer that. How are we looking for our profile? No, let's not use that. That's switched them around in a bad way. Nickel, that would push items up to top tier. Like, that would just be something that would only be used on the best items, and it would be like Harvest again. That would be absolutely crazy with what it does at the top end. That would be a massive boost to top end players, and very little impact on casuals because they couldn't afford to use it much. I think it would have a similar effect to a level cap increase, in that it would make so much power increase for top end players, while doing very little for casuals. Now, if you made it so that corrupted the item, and could only be used on uninfluenced items, then that would be a bit better. I think you'd have to make it so that it corrupted items. Even then, it would still be used quite a bit, and it shouldn't cost exalts. It should cost divines. We've got enough exalt sinks in the game as it is. Or maybe a nulls, actually. Alright, let's get out of this. There's a lot of... we got to kill down here. These things have to get killed, otherwise you can't progress the node. It's funny, we're just basically playing leapfrog over the monster. There we go, that's all done. That's that node. +1 character level again. That is a lot of uniques dropping. Sage Wand is Twizel. That's the thing that I think is only useful in normal game because of the ability to use the upgraded version from Prophecy. I'll pick up the sword just in case it's a caster stick. No. Yeah, Socket of Gems fire an extra proj. No, that doesn't help. It's not good enough. Yeah, that needs the faded upgrade to be any use at all. Oh well. You'd have to be very careful with that nickel. Because... Like, I'm not saying you can't do it. I think they should weight it so that the middle tiers are just more common on rolls. A change like that may just end up meaning that top end rolls are more common than they're intended to be. So we were going up this way. We want to take this cluster here. How important is this cluster? Very. Yeah, that's a massive damage cluster. All right, so we'll take that next. And that's chaos.multi all the way. Then after that, we go across this way. We pick up Influence and we pick up, we gain access to Whispers of Doom, which we may not take yet. We may actually do so. I have to rethink that. It's not currently in my plan to take it early, but maybe I will decide to do so earlier than I'd planned. Have we vended? No, we haven't yet vended. Fallink we might keep. Twizel we're not. That's trash. That's trash. That's trash. That's trash. That had some potential. It's only got 1 resist on it. It's got 9% move speed and 60 life and a resist. Oh yeah, that's an upgrade. We're using that for sure. That's trash and we're not going to want it on an alt. And this, unfortunately, is garbage because of that corruption on it. If that wasn't corrupted, that 2-stone, I would have used it. And what have we got here? This is the right colours. If we can get good resists on this, what is it that has other armour? Chance to avoid shock? No, I don't want that. Armour is ES and it's low tier, low tier. I might just use this anyway, I'll YOLO it. Oh, double resist. Perfect. I'm going to use that. I can lose the life. Yeah, you could do that, Nickel. You could do that. Beyond node at level 2. Ouch, that's brutal. That is absolutely savage. Big question is, did you get any Beyond Uniques from it? I have had reports of them dropping. Someone got a surrender at like level 40. Well, the thing is that there's a lot of crafts that are really accessible. It's just that the information isn't... Like, crafting is an information game, and if you don't have the information, you're going to have a bad time because the good items you can craft very easily, are worthless. And there's plenty of them already. But they just end up as being worth absolutely nothing. Amethyst string, I will definitely pick that up. That gets an essence at some point. And I'm going to do this Azurite node. Because as soon as something can be mass-produced, and if it's cheap to craft, it can be mass-produced, you'll end up in a situation where demand falls behind supply. Okay, so we're going to punch through this node. These monsters are taking quite some time to kill. I had to kill the quest objectives here. And stop sort of messing around with the things that aren't objectives. Sulfur Flask I definitely want. That's actually something I really did want to see. That's one of those flasks that has a lot of potential to be useful. Because I definitely don't need 2 mana flasks now. Do I have a Sacred Flask at the moment? Alright, let's pick that up anyway. So let's grab the Mana Flask upgrade. Enduring, I can... Do I want that? 163 over 5 seconds. It's probably not enough recovery. No, I don't actually want that. That's unfortunate. I'll take a base one, because this should be better. 480 over 5.5. No, I'm actually fine with what I have at the moment. That goes away. Sulfur Flask gets used. This is really useful. The thing is that Nickel, they're going to be told not to use that craft because it will be a negative currency craft. As soon as it's mass doable, because the nature of this game is that everything is mass producible. You're just going to find a situation where if it's genuinely powerful and it's easily done, it will be worthless. That's the problem that you've got to deal with any crafting system in this game. If it's not probabilistic and if it's deterministic, it ends up just not being worth anything, unless there's a high barrier for entry, like there was with the old betrayal crafts, and those were not very casual friendly. What you want is cheap crafts that give usable outputs, but that are just generally don't have a low opportunity cost. That's the key thing, so that there's not anything really powerful you can do, and that's what alchemy orbs are. That's what low tier essences are. These are things casual players can fritter away at no concern, because there's not powerful things that those currencies can do, so casuals can just go nuts using them. It was also what casuals could do with the low-level harvest crafts back when they were a thing, which is only during Harvest League itself. You could use a level 50 augment, because there was nothing really powerful you could do with that. But once you got to high level ones, they just became too precious to use because their best case scenario was too good. Okay, so what do we have here? A 4-link that is chromatic. We have a chromatic item again. We'll definitely be picking those up. And then we need to think... I will just check these bronze scale boots in case they're amazing. They probably won't be. They aren't. And I will vendor all of that. I'll just check these as well. And what are these again? Oh, Try a Grip. Cool item though. Essence can get thrown onto the Amethyst string. That's going to give us cold damage. That's useless. Other jewelry, cold to attacks. That's useless. Ring, physical to attacks is useless. Amethyst string, no good. Okay, let's just go back to town and we'll vendor. I will just sit on that unique. Not likely I'm ever going to use it, but I'll put it in. I'll put it away in case I make another character that can use it, that it's perfect for. Because it's not super common, that item. Nickel, that's what prismatic fossils are for. Prismatic fossils make triple resist strings, especially with Helena's crafting bench to get your third one. That's already super accessible. Now using Chaos Orbs on them is going to end badly, but using them, using prismatic fossils. But then again, this is one of those things where a casual's not going to know to use a prismatic fossil that way. It is the answer to their problem, but it's not something they're going to think of. Catch you around, mate. You have a good one. And let's just go through here. Let's get out of the way of that stuff. $44. We're in monster. We're holding up our own with monster levels. That's good to see. Even though the gear is terrible. We're killing stuff okay. Getting our curses leveled. Oh, could you stop that, Devourer? Thank you. Orb Scouring's really good in this, and I'm just not getting nearly enough of them. Okay, so that's the special drop. That's interesting. That's got 20 move speed on it. Still, I can't use it. I'm using something that's miles better for me. The 4-link. And let's have a look and see if there's anything on the ground in the way of rings. Nah. Looking for 2 stones, really, at the moment. I think 2 stones are the best bet for fixing our resist issues. Oh, hang on. I should probably spend this point. It's a big one. Chaos dot multi-points. Always real good. And here's the gem node. Hey, Sid Meyer fanboy. Thanks for the follow. Civilization games, definitely a lot of fun. Something I played a fair bit of once I finished everything I wanted to in Ultimatum. Still playing my way through Civ 5, actually, myself. That's something I like to play quite casually. Those sorts of games. Turn-based strategy. Yeah, definitely was a lot of fun. Like, I need to up the difficulty. Like, I need to just sort of work on just getting a little bit higher in the difficulty levels. I think I was playing on the third lowest. What do we got here? 10% and 10%. Okay, here we've got... okay, we're definitely pathing to this chaos items here. This has a lot of potential. I could get a ring that I'll use for a very long time there if I get lucky. Okay, now that is making me feel old, H-Plan, because you know what game got me through high school? Final Fantasy VI. Was one of the ones I remember playing the most. Secret of Mana. All the 90s JRPGs. When they were new. Alright, let's hit this thing. Let's get the Contagion spreading first, because that deals with all the trashy monsters, the really weak ones. And then we can focus on the tougher stuff with Bane. It would be nice to have the Chaos Explosions, but we're not going to get them for a long time. They're level 75. Okay. You can die to that, you can die to that, you can die to that. And we're 45 now. I just got a Superior Gem again. That's a little bit more towards getting our hands on one of those GCP recipes. And what do we have here in the way of any good sets of rings bases? Any good crafting bases? No, we don't. Not that I can see anyway. Push on. Yeah, the other thing that was huge back then was Diablo 1 and 2. 2 came out like right as I was finishing school. And StarCraft. StarCraft and its expansion pack. Age of Empires, I think it was Age of Empires 1? Maybe it was AoE 2? No, I think it was 1. Was another thing that was big back then as well. There were some great games. And then in different genres, you had Super Metroid. That was at the start of high school for me. That was an absolutely legendary game. Something I still like watching speedruns of to this day. In fact, I don't know if it's obvious from my Twitch whether you can see who I follow or not. I'm not actually sure if that's public, but a bunch of Super Metroid speedrunners are on it. Oh, cool. I think the only game my parents ever really sort of got was Tetris. Oh, yikes. I'm taking a beating. We just got a 5-link. We just got a 5-link. I don't think I can use it, but I got a 5-link. That's not meant to happen yet. I have to think on that. What was that 5-link? That was pure strength base. Nah, I can't use it. There's no color schema for it. I'll put it away in case I make another character, but if that had been a chess piece, that would have been really good. Trash and trash. Trash and trash. Pagan Wand. And actually we can pick up the Scepter as well, can't we? Because I always think of wands because that's the endgame craft. Oh, Chaos Multi 27%. 46% spell damage. Yeah, that's an upgrade. Oh yeah, that's an upgrade, alright. It's got cast speed as an implicit as well. That's great. I'm definitely using that. And the gauntlets are useless. Even though I'm using trash there at the moment. So we need to make this into a blue-blue-green 3-link. Oh, perfect. Do we actually link it is the question. Yet, we do not link it, so that's unfortunate. We can get 2 more attempts at it. So let's purchase a fusing by 2. Give it 2 more tries. And we got it. Nice. Are we losing any resists with... Are we changing our resists? Sorry. Oh, that's the first time I've ever equipped a Marikath wand on this character. That's crazy. Okay. I didn't realise that. But blue, blue, green. And now, at this point, this goes here. That's got some potential to be used in the future. That might... I just want to keep that aside because it was quite good when I got it. And let us vendor. And let's go here. So, drop some quality gems off. And then we are spending a passive point, which is going to be a big one again. We also are going to get... Oh, we haven't spent the Chaos Mastery yet. Okay, let's get the fossils. I may need to pick up a Strength Int shield and use that Strength Int shield as a replacement for the shield I'm using at the moment. I have the OP shield that you start with, but I don't think I can keep using a shield with 0 resists, even though it's got ridiculous block on it. Like having to have a Bismuth Flask up against anything that any time I'm expecting incoming ally damage is just hard. Okay, we're done with that fight. Grab an extra chromatic, which we need. Definitely need more of those. Moonstone Ring I'll pick up without high expectations. Lucent, Serrated, Metallic, get out of that damage over time. And, ooh, we got an extra level of Bane. Nice. Do we have anything... 2-stone ring, nice. 2-stone is what we want. Turquoise might be worth picking up as well. Just 2 stat rings. And we have a 2-stone ring here that we could... Got a couple of them actually. Alright, this is good. This has got some potential to fix up some issues. So firstly, what do we have here? We've got... that could actually be worth throwing an augmentation on. That might be worth using. It's better than this. No, it's not, because we needed something stats wise from it. What about in place of the right ring? That's actually terrible. Alright, that fixes fire but wrecks our lightning. Now, this can't be used because of stats. We need to get lightning at all costs. What are we using here? No, that's actually really good. Fractured fossils are pretty limited use. If you get a 6-link, you might want to split it. Just for, like, you could find a use for that. Like, just to have 2 copies of it. I don't think any of these rings, any of these give us what we want, do they? Which is on jewelry, lightning to attacks, cold to attacks. Nah. All trashed here. I could elk this. I think well, let's ID this one first. No, that's trash. We'll elk it. Oh, that rolled well. It's all fire resist again. I think that's better than the right hand ring. Yeah, it is. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we're definitely using that. And now how are we looking? Defenses. Still need lightning resist somewhere. We need the attributes. That's got attributes on it. That's what we're desperate for currently. Where else could we get that? Oh, we could replace the belt. The belt's terrible. And we do have belts on the ground here. Leather belt is the best base. Let us see what we can do with a leather belt. Not that leather belt. That's not good enough, but we'll see what we can do with it. We could scour it, and then we could use a lower... Well, what affects belts here? Belts is anti-freeze, anti-shock. Let's just throw a low-tier cold resist belt and thing on this. Okay, that's terrible. Let's see what we can get with a fossil. Do we have lightning resist? Yeah, lightning resist is a good chance on that. Soul Mantle, nice. Life, lightning resist. So that's an upgrade over what we have. And I think I'm just going to use it as is. And just assess what we've got in the way of resist now. Yeah, we're bad, but we're balanced. I think we'll just have to do with this. That's bad. That was a mistake to pick up at all. We're not going to use the 3. We're not going to use the 3 for 1 recipe on these, so they can all get vended. Oh, hang on. Oh. What have I done here? I've stuffed something up with my stats. Do I just need to take a strength node on the tree, maybe? It's determination that's... No, it's the item. Oh, yeah, no, it is. It's determination. Okay. Do I drop determination a level? I don't think I do. Do I go without it for the moment? No, it's too much of my defenses. I think I might need to just spend a point on a 30 strength node. Am I near one? We have... Oh, well, that's not worth it. That's 3 points. Gee, I haven't pathed to one either. This is frustrating. I don't have even the option of spending passives on it. So let's not do that. Let's just take atrophy, because atrophy is good. I can make do without it, I guess. A determination is actually often better with less armor than with a lot. Yeah, purity of elements is sounding good. I gotta fix these. These are terrible, these gauntlets. Do I just re-roll? Nah, I need the cold res at the moment, though. 12 to all attributes. Do I have anything with strength on it here? No, I don't. Can I roll anything with strength on it? That's I mean, I could find the highest item level of these, which is, this one is terrible at the moment, and I could just see what I can roll with a. I could scour Alkit. No, that's. Is that better than what we had though? It's got lightning resist, and this has just the stats on it, but the stats are essential. Well, the stats aren't actually solving things. I'm torn at the moment. I think I'll go purity, but like, yeah, I've got to now chrome something into it. What do I need chromes wise? What can I chrome? I have to do it in the chest piece, and oh, can I get? What's the stat requirements on this piece? 63 strength. Getting double blue on that is not going to be trivial. I might get there, I might not. Or I could sabotage my contagion. I think I will just lose the contagion. I'll lose the support on the contagion. And I'll do it that way. Oops, wrong one. Sell. You can take that. Stay in the light. Gee, that sounds ominous sometimes. So, purity of elements. Purity of elephants. Not there, that goes in here. And turn on, turn on. And yeah, that's going to help a lot, especially when that purity levels up. Determination will do a lot later, but for the moment I can do without it. I think that was the right decision. Thanks for the pointer on that one. Determination's quite gem level sensitive as well, so it's quite bad not to have it leveled. Triple blue, single green. That's exactly the colours I've got in my helmet at the moment, so I will take that. That could easily be better than what I currently have. I think I've got terrible, terrible helmet currently. That's a relatively high item level. I'll pick that. Oh, relatively high minimum level, I mean. I'll pick that one up. Yeah, immune to ailments helps a lot, especially ignite early on. Okay, that's junk. This here is just going to get a random fossil of some description. Let's just waste the contempts on it. We might go ore after we didn't. And this here is life and 2 resist currently with bad rolls. We need something that gives us good thing in helmet. So other armor is reflect, no. Other armor is anti-freeze, anti-shock. Okay, seems like everything is trash, so we'll just make it rare. Probably not get a miracle, we didn't. And then we'll fossil craft from here. So what do we get here? We could go with... I actually like pristines here, I think. And we could go pristine, metallic, and I like that. Yeah, let's do it that way. So we have a pristine fossil. We're going to use a metallic and a frigid. This gives a good chance of getting 3 mods that we want simultaneously. We got cold resist, we got lightning resist, and we got life, but we got low rolls on all of them, which is basically what we already had. It's just, this is a repeat of what we've already got, but it's a higher item level, so it's better for future rolling. And we'll drop a bunch of stuff in the trash here. And we will push on. We're going to go to this... We're pathing to the Chaos items now. They have potential. Starting to feel like we've got a lot of skill effect duration at the moment. Like a lot of it. This is another Essence lockbox, which is nice. Can definitely use that. Anguish is the... No, that's not any good. Anger is good. Anger is resists. It's not the resist that we're most likely to need, but it's still good to have them. Okay, push down. Yeah, I think that the issues with resistances will improve a lot when we start getting more fractured walls. Fractured walls will mean that we get more access to prismatic fossils, and prismatic fossils solve all those sorts of problems. They're really powerful for rolling resist items. Especially once we get to, I think it's eye level 77 bases, where you got access to almost every tier of them. Purity of Elements is leveling. Nice. Oh, I'm leveling. Even better. Chromatic again. Let's grab the node that drops Doctors. And I do want Opulence, don't I? I actually want the Lover. The Lover is really good. At the moment, has just some potential. The Opulent and that have potential. Okay, so this is a Cluster Jewel. 8 passive attack, wow. It's low item level, but that shows that they now exist in Delve a lot more than they used. Well, I mean, they didn't exist last Endless Delve at all. But that's the first one I've had. Yeah, making it work somehow is fun. Like, that's my thoughts on it. It's like, it's a puzzle to solve. You figure it out. Ultimately, it just comes at the cost of damage. Yeah, I think you can probably get any cluster that's essential to your build in this. These all... Oh, contained items have +2 sockets is nice. Are these... Oh no, I was going to say I thought they all have the same mods. They don't. I think that's a recent change. I thought they used to always have the same mods as each other. Like, the strong boxes would all roll the same way. An Exile here, that's a bit sketch. Yeah, not that Exile though, that one's easy. So I've missed a monster somewhere. Really not sure where... Oh, there it is. 6 socket. I can use that, yeah. If it rolled well, I can use it. And that could be... Blah. It's going to be rubbish, I'd say. Yeah, I'm on Vulcan. I found it's miles better with my present PC. With my old PC, it didn't help, but with this one, it does. Now let's have a look at what we've got here. No, that's trash. Single resist, but it's got more resist on it still. I can use that, yeah, I'll use that. And this stuff here, Vendor and vendor. Now let's turn in that div card set. Yeah, that's terrible. These are unlikely to be usable at this level anyway, but it's still worth trying. Could get something that I can't use for 20 levels, but that will be really good when I do get it. And throw these in here, this in here. And we wanted to use this, didn't we? It's got 24 to a resist versus 19 to the same resist. Neither of them are any good, but this one's slightly less bad. Oh, that Swift Affliction was just... that's right, I was leveling that. Now, I want Flame Dash linked to faster casting instead. So that's worth doing, actually. That's an improvement. Not that one. It's in the support section, isn't it? 7. And I don't want it linked to something that just causes it to do more damage, because that doesn't help me. Hey, Giggle, catch you around. Have a good one. And we're 3 squares away from a decent node here, from a Chaos node, which might give us something worth really fighting to fit in the build. We're also getting very close to level 50 and 55, both of which are big power boosts for the character. I'm kind of thinking I actually want to go with Profane Bloom. It wasn't my original plan, but I might take it 2nd instead of 4th. Yeah, I like the curveballs somewhat. There's a point at which solo self-found stops being fun in my experience, but it's more the solo aspect that makes it less fun. The self-found part would stay fun for a lot longer, I reckon. But eventually you just want to interact with other players, or at least I do. And I do sometimes like building around ridiculous things which you can't get in SSF. Like, you know, something like Doriani's prototype practically doesn't exist in SSF. Very easy to get in a trade league. Yeah, or like that's what private leagues are about, really. But private leagues cost money. That's the problem. Private leagues are fantastic for that. Yeah, I'm running on a beast of a PC, Beatrix. So, like, I'd previously been running on a PC that was really, really limiting for streaming and even for recording. But like 6 months ago, I bought a PC that's much more powerful than what I had before, and it just runs smooth and everything pretty much. 4-link, but no, I don't think it's any good. What's this thing? Oh, that's a life and 1 resist. I do need to consider using a shield at some point. It won't be that one, but a resist shield is something I want to definitely use. that will be the point at which I can get rid of my the point at which I can get rid of my Purity of Elements and return to Determination. That will also require getting some strength. Strength is going to be hard to come by because I have an amulet that is actually really good, but that has no strength on it. I'm not likely to outpass it for a while. 1 PC, blue patch. I have the old PC as a serviceable spare at the moment. Okay, so Crystal Wand. Malignant Jewelry, come on. What do you got here? Despair on hit. Fantastic. That's not what we want. Not that I can really use Despair on hit currently. It just gives me options. That's why it's so good. And that... Wow. Despair on hit with 75 life. That'd be solid in trade. Yes, so Beatrix, I got a 3080 with an 11900K is my PC setup. I was actually going to get a 6900 XT if they were available, but they weren't. They just were unavailable in Australia pretty much. Outside a couple of, there are a couple in pre-builts that were not considered, that I asked advice on and just got told, no, don't buy it. It's just a discordant mix of things. Yeah, that ring is nice. I'm not going to use it right now, but I'm going to keep it in mind because it's something that's genuinely really solid. And we got that... Oh yeah, these are good too. These have got chaos damage on rings. That's something I really want to keep in mind too. Yeah, that sucks. I'm going to get all of this Azurite. I think this should be the point at which Azurite ends problems. Ah, yeah. Alright, so we're going to get the Influence Cluster next on the passive tree. Definitely liking this damage now. Stuff is just dying like it should, and it's dying with curses on it for purposes of malediction, not malediction, Profane Bloom, which we're going to get in a few levels. Let's actually check the side passages here now. I think I can start doing that a bit safer. At this point, I can safely get down here. Yep. Excellent. I'll look down every side passage. I'm going to very carefully conserve my flares like I've been doing. Oh, that was a bad spot though. Body blocked. And here we go. Yep, that's the doorway. Arg! No, don't die. What's causing so much damage there? Was that just the Flicker Striker, or was it something unusual? Really not sure why I took such a beating. Maybe it's just having determination off. Anyways, let's push back. Flare duration will help a lot for things like that as well. Okay, so once we cross over the next threshold, which will be a biome change, at that point we'll look for another door, another wall. Could be that, yeah. That 57 Azurite is really nice. Just means that I've got enough to replace all the flares I've used here. Which is a really nice feeling once you start getting enough to replace that from all the stuff you're doing on the way. Like from all the searching down side passages. When that starts becoming Azurite neutral rather than costing you Azurite, it's a big improvement. Hidden treasures? Nah. Was hoping for a tabular. Not likely, but still. You can hope. Not actually sure what that item is. Offhand. Which probably means it's something that you normally hide in Trade League. No, that's not a resist shield. If it was a resist base, I would have picked it up. Alright, now we're at a 47 zone again, so to the ending. And what do we got here? Azurite node, come on. One thing you'll notice in these nodes, I have a travel node that recovers 15 hit points and 15 energy shield when I kill a monster, and that's actually really solid in this fight. And you do this fight so many times, it's actually really good. That node is surprisingly powerful. Okay, 49. Getting there. I'm going to pick up that 4-link. It's probably not usable, but if it's got good mods on it, I'll test it. And we will we'll pick that up just in case it's really good. But we are looking for strength int shields that have a decent resist implicit, because that will solve a lot of problems if I get one. Strength int shields, and I don't see one. It doesn't matter if I'm missing one, it's okay. If there is one there and I miss it, I don't mind. I'm just also going to pick up various rings and stuff like that, stuff that we might decide to elk if we've got the resources for it. Okay, so what do we have now? We've got this thing is trash. This thing is fire skills. No, that's not any good. Nictor's Lantern, what's this do again? Fire pen, fire damage, socketed fire. It's, oh yeah, one of those really weird items that is for a build that doesn't really exist in the game at the moment. And we will elk this just on the off chance it's good. It is not good. Alright, well that was easy. Let's go hit these two. Get all of the extra Azurite we can, and then we'll go back and buy a whole bunch of big upgrades for Azurite. We should have a lot of Azurite after this. Once you get to about depth 50, your Azurite income increases a lot. I'm unable to move here. Why? Completely body blocked. Phasing. Need phasing. Oh no, I've got my Flame Dash and I'm just forgetting to use it. Because it's not on the button I usually put movement skills on, which I should probably fix at some point. Put Bane on right click. Now, all these monsters here with the explosions, all manageable stuff, but gotta be a bit careful. And there we go. Node complete. And yeah, there's nothing we need to pick up at the moment unless there's one of those strength shields really obviously somewhere. And no, that's a pure int. No. Our first node was easier this time. I got it first try, although it was a close call, but I did get it first try. And that was using Fireball. So Fireball linked to Arcane Surge and Ignite Proliferation. Oh, not Ignite Proliferation, Elemental Proliferation. Yeah, I felt like they've nerfed it pretty hard, because I really did need it. They really got that wrong last time. Like, it still felt too hard for a first node, but it wasn't ridiculous. And if you fail it the first time, you'll get it second or third. Ranger was quite good for it once you realised it was Caustic Arrow you needed to be using. No, they were always nuts, the starting uniques. They're the same things as they were. Actually, I think the Flicker Spiders made it easier because they don't do very much damage. And yeah, they are hitting you, but that's time that they're not doing their melee attacks, and they're not body blocking you. $50. Okay, now at this point, let's go back to town and we'll spend some points and all of this. Soul Rest is tier 2 rarity unique, I believe. So Soul Rest would therefore, if I'm right on that, it's the same rarity as Chevron's Wrappings. 6 times rarer than Cold Iron Point. So quite rare, in other words. This is not an item you should count on having. If you do get it, fantastic, but I would expect that you probably won't. So let's get these early luxury upgrades going. And then we will spend a bunch of points. We're going to buy the entirety of... We're going to take the entirety of the Influence Cluster, because this is really, really strong. And then that's going to give us 15% increased effect on us. That's amazing. And then we're going to, even though I wasn't going to do this originally, I'm going to start work on taking this cluster here, which I'll take in a couple more. He's got to 200. Nice. Yeah, Blue Patch. It's oh, let me just find the link. Let me find the link. It's this should be all over the place. It is fantastic resource. This. Okay, so there you are. That's the rarity of uniques. So that's one of the most useful resources on Path of Exile, around Path of Exile at the moment, I think. Oh, I've got my... No, that's not it. Cool. I just got the, what do you call it? The portal for the Twitch drops. Don't forget, you guys, to claim that. Oh, an ad's just gone. Sorry about that. That Twitch ad I misclicked. I was meaning to hit something else, and then I clicked it. Yeah, it's funny that like this. I mean, I recently got Amazon Prime for the purposes of Wheel of Time, and I get ads for Wheel of Time. Like Twitch Amazon knows that I just got Prime for that reason. You would think that I'm not the right person to advertise that to. Yeah, it is funny it is laughable how badly targeted some of the ads are. Like, given that this is the internet, Amazon knows so much about your viewing habits, and still they get things that wrong. Oh yeah, yeah, I know that. It's like I looked up my car insurance company recently, because I have roadside assistance with them, and I had a flat battery. So now I start getting ads for that insurance, and it's like the only reason I was calling them was because I have roadside assistance with them. It's like I wasn't making a claim or anything. I wasn't going to change my insurer. It was just, oh yeah, here you go. You're looked up that number, therefore you're interested in insurance. Yeah, exactly. Hey, 32% spell damage, 28% cold dot multi, oh sorry, chaos dot multi, and 10% cast speed. 10% cast speed, 27. Ah, no, that's worse. What I got is worse than what I already had. Oh well. It was worth a look at least. And yeah, I should have probably gone and vended at some point, but anyways, we'll go down another level. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've always gone with the low rate credit cards rather than the feature ones. I should actually review that now because it's I always just pay it $1,000 in advance. But so like instead of owing the bank money, I basically use it like a debit card. Yeah. XP everywhere here. This thing should be nuts for it. Koala bear one. There's still koalas alive. There they go. Resistant armor has potential. That one doesn't because... Oh, hang on. Maybe I can use that, actually. I'm going to pick that up. That had a lot of life on it for something that had resist as well. What do I have currently in here? Oh, 1 life and 1 resistant life. This is just miles better. Yeah, that's an upgrade. That's a strict upgrade. I don't need the 4 link at the moment in there. We're definitely using that. How are we looking resist-wise? How are we looking without purity is what we mean. We're making progress. We still need purity, but that's progress. And I want to grab that. I'm going to move things around and pick up that chromatic item and then go back to the vendors. I think that's what I'll do. Chromatic item, clunky one, but it will do. I am desperate for chromatics. Wow. Wow, 40 is nuts. Yeah. That is not something I'm not willing to do all that micromanagement. That's just not worth using, and that's not good enough. Not useless. I'm okay with my current my current item in that slot. Nah, useless. Don't know why I picked you up at all. You are inferior to what I've got. Yeah, I'm going to keep you. That's on the off chance. God, that's crazy. Yeah, it's the American churning thing is something that doesn't really exist here in Australia. Like you can do it, but it's just not. It's not the same as it is in the States. Yeah. Now it's also responsible lending restrictions here, Blue Patch. That's more significant than the number of banks. Like there's a whole bunch of restrictions on the banks being able to just go nuts with offering credit, with offering high risk credit. Let's pick that up just in the off chance. What is this? Nah, that's worse than what we've got. Actually got something pretty good just before. Let's punch down here. Contains... Oh yeah, that's Necromancer Excavation site. So we have a fractured wall in here somewhere. Here it is. Hidden Treasures by 2 is nice. That has some potential to be a good unique. Not much, but some. That can stay on the ground. Hey Ekathor, thanks for the follow. Yeah, I hope my current car is the last internal combustion engine I own. Talking about the electric vehicles, I think they'll be... I hope that I don't have to buy another internal combustion car. That said, it'll be a while until EVs are cheap enough, like on the second-hand market. I'm not a car person, so I've never considered buying a new car. I remember seeing prices on Teslas here and being like, oh my god, they're so much more expensive than I thought they would be. I mean, obviously they're sort of competing with your sort of Jaguar type vehicles. Yeah, there's no... Well, the thing is that I don't travel outside Melbourne often, and the rare time that I do, I just use a different vehicle. Yeah, I do travel occasionally to places like the Alpine National Park here, but for a trip there, you can always find a solution, even if it is just renting another car. Oh, you can't install them at home? Isn't it just like... I thought they just used, like... that they could be used off mains electricity. If that's not an option, then that's quite difficult. Yeah, like, I mean, for those of you that are familiar with Victoria, one of my favourite places in this state is near a small city called Traralgon. There's like that's sort of the gateway to one of the best national parks we've got. But if I had an electric car, I wouldn't take it. I would go to Traralgon and then I would rent. I'd drive my own car to Traralgon, and oh, splat. That's first death in a while. And then from there, I would then rent an internal combustion vehicle. That was a lot of damage in that one. Oh yeah, yeah. High rise is a good point. That's not going to work. Yeah, see here I'm in the outer suburbs of Melbourne, so like there's not the high rise stuff here at all. If I was closer to the city, that'd be a factor. At least in my city, if you're in an area where high rises exist, you probably don't need a car, and you probably don't want one either. Oh, 3 sanctified fossils. Wow, they've really made those more common. Yeah, yeah, that's true too. It's the infrastructure for charging isn't visible. Like, okay, I'm speaking as someone that doesn't own an EV, so the infrastructure might exist, but just be stuff I'm not seeing. But it doesn't seem like the infrastructure to charge it really exists. Still, though, when you say 23,000, so that's 30,000 Australian. I bought I mean, I'm not a car person at all, but I bought a secondhand. I bought a secondhand car recently for less than 3. You know. Now, granted, I don't drive all that much now, and even at my old job, in my old job, I did drive a fair bit, but not a huge amount. I couldn't justify blowing a lot of money on a car. Offering to the goddess. I'm just going to pick that up for the meme. Total trash, obviously. And I'm picking up that amulet without any expectations. That's probably going to be terrible compared to what we've got, because we actually have quite a good amulet. A lot of resists on it, but this is life, move speed, fire resist. Possibly could do better. I'm going to keep this one. Yeah, so like, I mean, I bought a 2006 Hyundai Accent that when it was brand new was probably 17,000. That's Australian, and I bought it for 2006 one, and I bought it for 2.8. Roadworthy certificate and all. Well, roadworthy certificate's required to transact a car here, unless the buyer is a dealer. Yes, I agree with that. It would be much better if we. need them, but I need a car to get to the train station here, and also during the pandemic, I'm not catching trains. Like, I was doing some sort of numbers on it, and it just seems that with our current situation in the pandemic, catching a train is more dangerous than drink driving. Which is unfortunate because I'd much rather be catching public transport around. Well, that's the second death in a while, in a short term. There's certainly a lot more damage coming in at this point. Yeah, I'd love to be able to walk more. I used to live somewhere that I could walk to work. Well, a couple of my jobs in the noughties, I could walk to work, but all the places that have got jobs within walking range these days are very expensive to live in now. Oh yeah, Corrupting Blood starts at monster... Well, Corrupting Blood I'm immune anyway. Well, Bane is immune. I'm using Essence Drain, I can get killed by that, but it's not Corrupting Blood that's damaging me at the moment. It's monsters just dealing their own abilities. I don't have Determination at the moment. Determination would be nice to have back. I believe Temporal Chains is better, Lenny. I could be wrong on that front. Oh, that was interesting. So that was a Triumphant Armor node, but unfortunately I couldn't get any influenced items because it's under monster level 68. Like, I'd like to be able to get rid of Purity of Elements soon. It's sort of just such a clunky points expenditure. Okay, now we have access to Whispers of Doom. That's good. That means that now I can use... Well, I could possibly unspec Malediction. That'd be an option. I could unspec Malediction and pick up Profane Bloom immediately. I like the 15% increased effective curses and... Well, actually, no. 10% increased damage. No, it's too good. I get this at 55 anyway. And then I'll pick up the damage ones after that. I think that's my plan. I'm only very close to that now too. That's cool. I'll be interested to see how it holds up right at endgame. I definitely have some plans for Tempest Shield in trade-enabled Scourge later on. With a couple of specific uniques that I don't want to name on stream because they'll go up in price before I own them. I'm not sure on that. I've never used Riposte. It's an interesting interesting one to think on. Oof. Lots of Flicker Strike damage there. So I kind of need a casting damage taken set up soon, which means getting back to Determination. Which I still can't do, actually. That's cool. Yeah, just an intriguing idea. I need to check... Oh, no. Yeah, I'm fine. I can do this straight away. Oh, nice. I've just seen Catmaster OP has come online. I think I will definitely... Oh, yikes. Much damage, very ouch. I will definitely be finishing up reasonably soon, and when I do, I think I will be raiding Catmaster. It was good enough to have me on his podcast recently, which is a lot of fun. Alright, if I can see the pathway, I'm going to pick up a... Yes, I'm going to pick up a side node if I can see where it is. Is this it here? This looks like it. Yes, it is. Side chest. Dodge it under the way of that. Taking a lot of damage now. A lot more than I'm liking. This is painful. Yeah, I didn't even think of the surrender as being available in this. I forgot that you could actually meet Ulnatol in a breach. Not that you can count on that happening for anyone. I haven't even had a breach node. Much less had a breach lord appear. Much less had one of their best drops. Just hit another character level, which is nice. That's some chest of note. Grab that. Ah, crud, I couldn't get away. Blast. Okay, well anyways, we'll go back straight back in. We are going to pick up the non-cursed... Do I want to go with... I think I'm going to hinder instead. This is one of my flex spots on my tree. Something that I may end up trading out for something else. I'm just going to go straight to the end of this. This node is quite dangerous. Already had a stupid death. Well, so much even really a stupid death as just getting outclassed by monsters. Delve doing what Delve does. Puts a lot of powerful monsters in your way. You don't deal with them fast enough. You go splat. It's life recovery that was my failure point. Alright, we're getting a bunch of gem levels, which is nice to get. And what do we got here? We got this thing. What's no, nothing visible there. Not having a Quicksilver is really brutal at this point. Oh, ouch. Much damage. Very ouch. Need instant flask badly. All of the near misses I've had here have been because I don't have an instant flask yet. So I need to roll one of them as a priority. Okay, let's get through here. I'm going to go down this side path. No, it wasn't. It's I'm using Neversinks unmodified. They're just not that common. That's why you get two of them. Two, or is it three during the storyline that you get access to? Yeah. Hey, Deadfish, thanks for the follow. Yeah, nice. Exalts are less useful in this than normal, but they do still have their uses. Just sit on it for a while until you've got something you don't think you're going to upgrade past for a long time. Huh. 55, sorry, 54, one to go. One to go till the next lab. That's going to be a massive, massive boost in power. 6 socket, nice, we're starting to get them. So they're no longer special drops, they just drop all the time. I do want chromatics still, so I'm going to pick this up no matter what I have to do so. Light armaments is worth a look. Hey! That's like a couple of genuinely rare div cards. I'm going to come back here. So I'm going to go to town first, then I'm going to come back into this node. Hello. We'll sell all the stuff that's just pure vendor fodder. What do I pick this up for? I don't know why I picked that up. Why am I still carrying various random 4 links? I don't know. Curtain Call I'm not going to use, am I? Like, there is just no way of using that in this event. This thing is a chromatic. Now we're going to go back to the same node. Yeah, I've heard people say that humility drops behind walls a bit early on. Obliteration's good to have the option of. I don't think I will use it. I think it's just lacking in damage. Enkindling Orb? And now what do we have, if anything? Anything worth picking up? Looks like no. Nah, nothing there. Alright, let's go back to the encampment and we will handle all this stuff. Do we have access to this? Yes, we do. We will take this one first. Flares, I think, are more important than for radius. 68 for the 3rd Ascendancy. And now, did we want to do anything with these gloves? Yes, we do. We just want to alch these because we don't have any good essences for them. That's trash. Okay. These I am not going to use. I will just vendor these with a minimum tier essence on them. Just for... yeah, that can just get vendored. And yes, that offering shouldn't be there. So Benny, those are additive. So they don't multiply with each other. So you get 41% for the first one, then it's 82% when you've got two, and it's 123 for three. Whereas if you use a 40% more multiplier gem, you will get more than that. So it's a balancing act between the two options. So what do we got at the moment? Bane is 35% more damage per curse applied at this gem level. So that's 135% for two. For one curse, 170% for two. Hey, Legit Sneal, I think that is. Thanks for the follow. And now we need to think what we want to do here. We definitely need to pick up some character levels before we can tackle anything deeper. Oh, we can go one square deeper, but we're going to start dying a lot more. I'm just going to go horizontal here. Down this side passage. Yep, it is correct. Is where we want it to be. So yeah, hidden treasures again. It's one of the nodes for a unique item, and can't remember what that is, so I'll pick it up. I don't think it's any good. Oh, this will be nuts with Contagion. Oh, less nuts than I was expecting. It didn't quite chain for as long as I wanted it to. There's a humility. People were talking about those. Belly of the Beast is nice too. That's a div card I'll pick up. Belly of the Beast solves a lot of problems in an event like this where resists are tight. And let's go upwards here. We'll leave Wrath's Reach around on the ground. People think servers are going down, that's always a bad sign. Apparently there was a lot of tech dramas at the start of this event when I wasn't able to play. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yikes. That's going to be unfortunate if if it's working for everyone else, that's really bad. It's sort of more tolerable when it's just the whole thing that's down. It's possible I underestimated demand. Like, I know that my videos on this event on YouTube did pretty well. Like, there was a lot of demand for it, for information about this event. And I think that this is something that that's pretty good fun to play up to a certain point, and most people will will play it for a while and enjoy the time they're playing it. Now, I was still looking for a strength inch shield, wasn't I? And strength inch shield. There is one there, but it's one of the low resist bases. You know what? I'm just going to pick it up and throw that binding orb on it. I think that's a plan. This thing is getting used. Immunity to ignite is fine. I will definitely keep that if it rolls a decent prefix with it. Yeah, look, I can use that. That's okay. And let's actually transmute this as well while we're at it. Hey, that's good. That's actually really good. I'm going to keep the unique shield. I'm just not necessarily going to. I'm not necessarily going to use it consistently. Stay in the light. Okay, that's a flat no. That's a hard no. Now what's this thing again? It's absolute crap. That's what it is. And that thing is useless too, like I expected it would be. Fired something. Farewell. Nico's great as an NPC. I'm going to grab my divination card tab as well. I think I want that set up. And we'll have this with divination affinity, and we will then grab all of the cards out of here and move them into there, because we're getting enough div cards that they're starting to matter. And some of the sets are quite good in this event. Oh, we're so close to hitting that level up. Let's just do a simple easy node. I think that by the time you get to 300 in this event, you're probably going to be over it. For most people anyway. Now, 300 takes a very different time for people to get to, but I think that that's basically about how long this will be fun for. Unless you're trying to be super competitive, of course. I'm going to pick up all these bad ones again. Some of that is just really useful. And what do we got here? No, and cannot be poisoned? Picking that up for sure. That's like niche, but genuinely powerful implicit. Even if the rest of the item, and the rest of the item wasn't terrible. So, back to the mining encampment, and did we just hit 55? We did. We should have the Ascendancy altar. We do. Excellent. We are going to pick up Profane Bloom early. I wasn't going to take this early, but I think it is right. It used to be 60 Nicola days. It isn't now. It has been reduced. It was changed in a recent patch. This is sort of a trophy type item. I'll put it here for now. I don't know that I'll use it with no other mods. I think it's quite good enough. Although it is quite good. Now, what are we doing with respect to... We've just finished the leadership cluster, haven't we? So we've taken everything that we're getting up this way. We were next going to come left, come up through here, increased AoE. That should be quite good. I may end up taking Blast Radius at some point, just for 10% extra AoE, but I haven't decided on that. It's not in my plan. 75, Franny. It's 75. It's the same. It's the level that the monster level of the lab is. All right, now we've got that satisfying sound. Oh yeah, that's great. It's like, did someone order popcorn? Oh yeah, that's great. I'm liking this already. It's like Herald of Ice, except loud. I think at this point we can get rid of Contagion. We've got the coverage now. This is definitely the way to go. And we wanted one. Oh no, we've got an okay. We've got an excellent flask there. Even though it's level 36 flask, it's too good not to use. Yeah, that feels so much stronger. These weapons now have potential to have Magisters on them. So there's a very low chance, but I'm actually more interested in weapons now that we're at 55. Especially given that I've got exactly 0 Shuddering Fossils so far, so we're nowhere near rolling what we want, Chaos Wand-wise. Why are you guys not dying at all? Okay, so yeah, Cartographer's Chisel of course is useless. Heavy armaments will be a melee weapon. So we want to pick up these wands, just on the very off chance that they have Magisters, which could be really good. But anyways, we're not going to find one. They're so rare. It's just they're more likely at this level than at anywhere else in the game. Hey everyone, so I used Fireball until 24. I was also starting to experiment with Essence Drain Contagion just to get a feel for it. But, yeah, I was using Fireball mostly. And once I hit 24, Bane came online. Bane was alright from then. I think if I was to do it again, I would take the AoE nodes earlier than I did, though. So that's AoE nodes on the way to Cruel Preparation. I've only just taken them and they feel really good. I'm also using Purity of Elements, which is something I hadn't originally planned on, but that has been needed by the gear that I've had. That'll be the case until I get Prismatic Fossils in some numbers. Yeah, those Chaos Explosions are much better than I thought they would be. I underestimated them. I knew they'd be okay, but I thought they'd be mostly overkill, which they aren't. They're mostly doing real damage that matters. En route to Cruel Preparation, there's two. So just have a look at the... I'll show you in a sec. They're the very most recent nodes I took. But they're very close to the start. I'll show you as soon as this fight is completely clear, which means when I'm back in town, really. Do I want anything else from here? Iron Ring, no. These two. Area of Effect, Area of Effect. These are the most recent ones I've taken. And I should have taken them much earlier. They've been really useful. So the way that I leveled was I went this way, came through, grabbed Life Energy Shield, 50 life. Then I came down this way, beeline to Wasting and Charisma. Then came across this way, then went up here, just getting everything on the way. I ended up taking Whispers of Doom earlier than I was planning on it. And so now I actually am eligible for 3 curses. In hindsight, I probably should have saved this area for later. I took this earlier than I needed to. But it's been okay. It's not like it was a problem to take them early. Got a city there. I'm definitely doing that city. That'll be good XP. Cities are really good from an XP perspective. They give like 2.5 normal nodes worth. Regal Orb is really useful in this. And there's an Angelic Kite Shield. That's the base I was looking for earlier. So it's good to see that they're starting to drop. That is an endgame relevant base, even though that is not an endgame relevant one at all. Just picking up the clunky chromatic item because I'm really tight on chromatics still. I think you'll see, everyone, if you have a look at my gear, that it's like I'm managing fine with really dumpster stuff at the moment. I need to get strength so that I can use my determination again and start really getting that up a bit higher. I think that's going to be a significant... it's a significant defensive thing that I need back. I'm starting to die a bit. Someone got an earlier as Lathers. Or maybe not early, I don't know what level they are. Chain belt is, yeah, that's just that ES thing. And that's all. Oh, that could be okay now. It's mostly resist that I need on rings, but I will pick up one that's a... We'll pick up one of those. And that is trash. And that's chromatic. Still need chromatic items badly. What is this thing? This is Rat's Cage. Movement speed. Oh, that's actually quite a good item. I'm going to put that aside. Not that I'm ever going to use it, but I'll put it away in case I ever do. It just feels wrong to vendor something that could be useful on another character. Okay, so vendor chromatics. Vendor this coral ring unless it's amazing. That's not amazing, unfortunately. I need resists on everything. Attack speed, maximum mana, reduce effective curses. Not quite. No, and four more. No, that's no use either. It's all discordant items. This thing's bad. I know that feeling, Ezekidis. Hey, FS, how's it going? You've popped in quite close to what's likely to be the end of the stream. But I haven't decided exactly, I haven't set a finish time or anything, but I don't think I'll go that much longer. But been doing alright so far, having a bit of fun. Let's go through here and grab this. It's only one node that I can get into in this city, but the cities are always fun. Oh, let's, I was going to cruel prep, wasn't I? Let's do that now. Spend that point. Popcorn time. I had it linked to Arcane Surge and Elemental Proliferation from level 1, and I felt like I was starting to struggle a bit towards the end of level 20, but it was enough to get through. I just used the starter weapon and the starter shield, and ouch, I'm taking a beating here. Alright, let's get this thing down. Oof. It's like a lot of damage coming in there. But yeah, the key thing was Elemental Proliferation was just giving it some chance to ignite, and when you did ignite something in a big pack, it would continue to burn after it died, and that would just get you AoE damage that would help you clear big packs. You weren't doing much damage to single targets, but you didn't need to. Then at some point I started using Essence Drain Contagion instead. I can't remember when that was. Oh! Oops. Oops, that was bad. That was just negligence there that got me killed. Yeah, Endless Heist should be really fun, I think. I think people are really underestimating how much fun that's going to be. It strikes me as something that's going to play really well. Because you've got so much access to random unique stuff as well. Like from the blueprints, the replica uniques. Like you'll get so much weird stuff in there. There'll be a lot of stuff you won't have access to as well. There'll also be a lot of bullshit deaths to aura rares. Especially early on until people get used to that. Let's just pick up these. Oh, they're actually completely useless. Metalsmith's Gift is, yeah, that's basically all useless div cards. I'll pick them up now. So we're going to start seeing items that are a bit more worth my while looting and rolling. Now they're just starting to get higher level. They'll be more worth using fusing orbs on. So that one is close. It's good enough to use. It's just that it doesn't fit my character. Even the rustic sash I can probably use if it's got good explicits on it, which it doesn't. You'll get Atlas bases in Heist. I think you can get them at 86 as well from jewelry chests. Or like jewelry for jewelry ones. There's some of them are armor. Hey, Sephric. Is it Sephric's birthday, chat? I haven't looked at the mystery box. I have no idea. I don't usually like advertising them. Like, they're just... Anyways, I'll open it if you want me to. When we finish this node. Yeah, I've had crystal belts in there before, and I'm pretty sure I've had I-86 crystals in there too in Heist from a jewelry chest. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get everything there. You can't get ritual bases, obviously. Oh, well, ritual came out after Heist anyway, so... But... That's one you can't get. Okay, now at this point, next square is what we're looking for. So let's go back to town and drop everything off. So firstly, it's a quick visit to our friend here, and then we'll drop everything in the stash. Damage in these nodes can be pretty scary, especially when I've got no guard skill set up yet. Because I've still got my Essence Drain Contagion, so I've got Contagion set up as well. Contagion isn't in my end-game plan. And I'm not really using it now that I've got the pops. But here we go. Get 10% of a level just from touching that thing. It's crazy. And also just want to spend this point. Nice. Life, and then Cruel Prep is next. Hopefully that will get us to the point that we'll be fine for resist when we hit to Katava's Curse. So we're just going to duck back again and hit this thing for a bit. Oh, you're going for 40 of 40, are you? I haven't decided on 40 of 40 myself. If I do, it'll be by going hard during Gauntlet Week. Because I'm not intending to play Gauntlet. You can't do all of the different events this league, this time. Oops, let's get out of here. Alright, now hopefully we can get through here. Tag this thing. And now that we've tagged it, we can jump out of here. Granite Flask, I definitely want that. So I definitely need to not die in here. That's going to be an endgame flask as well. Good. Alright, we've got that. That's important. Wow, I've got so much XP in this thing. Akel's Prophecy is a complete brick. Oh, you can get maps here. That's interesting. I did not realize you could that you could get maps this low in level. Not that they're of any use at all, of course. 5 Orbs of Binding, wow. That obviously is all rubbish. Just kind of funny to pick up, just for the trophy point of it. Yeah, Blood Crucible is a big one. Like 4, no, I don't want that. 12 is the one I want to use, which is what I've got one of already. And we'll come through here, touch this. Superior Jewelry is a good node. That's a catalyst. That'll have catalyst imbued stuff in it. That's a really good thing to have. Starts potentially for crafting, but potentially also for the catalyst vendor recipe. Gold Flask can stay on the ground. Being that bit more careful through here. Ruby Ring is definitely getting picked up. That has a lot of potential. Pocket Riches will be socket modifying currency, I think. Yep. Hey, Excalibur, thanks for the sub. I have to look at that. That had some stats on it that looked interesting. Nothing. Oh, yeah, there it is. Elemental damage modifiers. It's vendor SP time. For that, that's all it's useful for. What was this staff? Oh, socketed Chaos Gems. That's unfortunate. I misread that as global Chaos Gems, which would have been quite useful. But as it is, it's still a 6 socket. I got an entire experience level in that node. I knew it was going to be good, but I didn't know it was going to be that good. That was nuts. I mean, sure, I took a while in there, but that's kind of crazy. Okay, that's trash. Now, no, that doesn't. I think the vendor SP requires 2 items that are that add up to 40%. So that's getting put aside. That's the only way that I can actually earn the catalysts in this event, is from this vendor SP. Now we have a granite flask. This is going to get glassblowers baubles, not that I have many of them. And we want increased, we want this to have the increased, the suffix, the right suffix for it. You'll know it when you see it. Increased armor. Doesn't need to be max tier, just to have a tier of it. Getting lots of anti-bleed. Resistances during flasks. Poison during flasks. There we go. That's what we're after. So we're going to keep that. And that is going to replace our bismuth flask for the moment. That bismuth, though, had anti-bleed on it, so I've just got to keep that aside. I may need that again. But for the moment, that is what we want. And we don't need the Contagion Void Manipulations. We're going to get rid of this. So this is going to be our cast when damage taken setup. In here, we're going to purchase items. It'll be here, cast when damage taken. And we are going to have Molten Shell. Molten Shell's in this. Be easier to find it this way. That's not going to be great yet. It'll get better when we get access to the to determination again, which determination's off because of strength requirements currently. And I just need to find a 30 strength node soon, which I don't really have any good ones of. So maybe I just need to find it on items. Clone, that's a nice drop. Sure, you can find definitely find a use for that. Going to this city is too much travel. I'm just going to go down here. Okay, Molten Shell can level up to 9, and that's the end of it. Three. 4. 5. So fast watching that level up. 6. No, that's garbage, but it was worth a look. Topaz Flask, I'm just going to pick up and put aside. I probably won't ever use it, but I'm just going to sit on it because it might have a use later. Oh, Oops, I just leveled cast on damage taken, which I didn't mean to do. That's annoying. I will just not level it again. That's fine. I could just replace it with another one too. I haven't got my auras on. I need my auras right away because one of them is a big deal. I can, yeah. Yep. I would rather just buy another one though, because the D level recipe is going to cost me a precious scouring orb. I just buy another one for I think it's a wisdom in this event. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was a wisdom. So you can scour that item or that idea from your memory. That's our wisdom that we've got for you today. Sorry. It's pun day. Like, it actually is pun day here. It's 1 in the morning on pun day. Hey, level 60. And we made Sephra cry, which is like part of my goal in life, isn't it? Okay, Molten Shell can be leveled once. Yep, this is the last leveling, I think. Well, that's actually going to take us to 62. That's a bit sketchy. And we're going this way. Yeah, all of them are wisdom. That's what I thought. I wasn't certain on that. Superior Divine is worth picking up, I think. Oh, no, don't do it. Right click it. Right click it. That's better. We got it right this time. Okay. This is just a slow node here. And I'll just have a look at this Omen Wand, see if it's any good. Negative. They're mostly going to be rubbish, but they just have some potential to be alright. Breach node could be hard. I have a feeling that I'll die on this one. I'm 2 levels under the zone. Okay, this is a lot easier than I thought it would be. All loot comes at the end in the breaches. They're handled better than they are in the core game. Reaches in Delve, that is. And that's it, that was the node. That was easier than I thought. Superior Purity of Ice, is that the thing that's highlighted? Okay. Don't know why that was highlighted so much. Molten Shell, interesting. I don't have the strength for it anyway. Not that I want to. Zoff Splinters, useless things. Okay, so what's this helmet? Hey, that's worth using. I can make that work. I just need to get this. Yeah, I can make all of that work. Except I don't have the strength for it, and it doesn't have any strength on it. That's annoying. You'll mail me a Quicksilver, thanks. I'm just going to keep this aside. I might find a way of getting a strength node. Or it may just serve as a reminder to ID a few more things. Oh, I want my third and fourth labs are not that far away. I feel like I can get there tonight. I'm not sure whether I want to keep playing or go to sleep. But the temptation of lab being so close is pushing me in. So my Quicksilver kept me alive there. Oh, not my Quicksilver, my Granite Flask kept me alive there. It's something that's easy to forget how significant the Molten Shell can be. Even a small one. Just gives you that extra little boost you need to stay alive sometimes. Now, we were looking for anything we can find here. Two Stone Ring is worth picking up. Just because it's the highest item level stuff we've got so far. And we will throw an Elk on that. It has too much potential. That doesn't live up to the potential, but it had some. It was worth trying. Yeah, I do think I'm actually going to call it and get some sleep, unfortunately, folks. I'm fading, and I want to get back on in the morning my time. So it's 1 AM my time. I think I might be back on in 8 or 9 or 10 hours or so. But I'm just having a quick think who to raid. And I am thinking Catmaster is on. So let's go say hello to Catmaster. Catmaster's great. He runs a podcast, the Faded Connections podcast, which I was on a little while ago. I'm just going to load up his stream in the background and then transfer over there. Thank you all. May your Valobs have interesting results.
Actually, unlinked Vortex right now. Put this here, and then the Vortex here, and then that. Sir Gog with the rain, thank you so much. Welcome. How's your endless elf going, sir? Have you had a pleasant start? I leveled to 57 last night, and then died brutally to some rare spiders, and then I was like, I'm not gonna break my sleep schedule for this one. And then just